9 days.
I know.
They draw the Derby in 9 days.
Crazy. And we're going to talk
man.
a little bit of the Oaks, too, as well. A lot of people excited. You know, besides journalism, I think there's 19 others you can go to.
Yeah, I don't know if I've got 19 others,
Yeah, I
but
get what you're saying,
journalism is the one to beat. Looking forward to talking about them, talking about a lot of other things. And I think our 7th race today, Paulie, far and away the most interesting race on the card. And you've got an entry in here for Clarvich Stables and Chad Brown that's going to be favored just because, and I think that they're extremely dubious.
Well, yeah, you got Reasoned Analysis and Leading Contender, and they're both, one's been off since June. Now, Reasoned Analysis I like a little bit more. I mean, I do think Leading Contender has some really good back class, but maybe Reasoned Analysis is ready today. This was a tough field, it really was.
Well, the horse they may have to deal with is an ex-Chad Brown Clarvich horse, Treaty Obligation, who really came to life for Linda Rice. Now, this is 2 races back when third beat in the neck in a fast race behind Yo Daddy was in great form and came back to win. General Banker, who we've seen running well here all winter and really throughout his career. And last time out, stumbled to start, didn't run his race. The good Treaty Obligation may be the one to beat.
Yeah, you make a good point there. You know, this horse has had issues getting out of the gate ever since he's kind of left the Chad Brown barn. And, you know, I think with a better break today and a little bit of left, is that going to win over, or horses like Ignite the Light, who's in very good form right now, going to be the horse to beat in that race compared to horses off the layoff? I think Ignite the Light will probably get overlooked in there.
Yeah, he's going to be part of the pace, and part of the pace perhaps with Magnolia Midnight, who finished second in his last race behind the talented Unlimited Potential, with Reddington run third. I'm curious, Paulie, where do you rate Reddington here? I picked him on top in this race and thought he was a really possible upsetter. I
think he's a real big upsetter or chance in here. But I love the claim. I'm a big fan of Gustavo, or we call him Gus Rodriguez sometimes. But this was actually a good effort. This horse seems like he wants to go the mile or even a little bit further. If you look all the way down, they did try this horse going a mile and an eighth, but this horse does like the racetrack, reeled off a 93 buyer way back in September, can get back to that form, major player in this race, and I think you should get a decent price.
And I think in a day with a pick 6 carryover, there are some races fairly seemingly easy to narrow down with some shorter prices. This race might be the one that's most wide open in the sequence. As we take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, of doing the usual unusually well. I'm not on top of my game today, in case you haven't noticed. Pick 6 starts in race number 3. I'll have left the set by then. 21,550. The late pick 5 starts in race 5. Of course, the early pick 5 starts in race number 1. And as we mentioned, the featured 7th race, an open race on today's card. Head over to Naira Bets. If you're not a member of Naira Bets, no better time than the present. Use the promo code Derby25, I believe we've moved to today. I'm waiting. There it is. You get that free $25 bet in the Derby and the $200 sign-up bonus. Derby25, bet any track, anywhere, anytime through Naira Bets as the horses, Paul, you're heading the track for the first race.
Yeah, and you can see Scratch of the 5, Sweet Lilac. But right now, Kyle's mom, your favorite. I'm a little bit surprised that the 3 is your favorite. She's a filly that ran in the mud. We really don't know what she's going to do on a dry racetrack.
I think you have to take a stand somewhere among the 3, 4, and 6, who are the 3 that are taking money, the 1 and 2 obviously being upsetters. For me, Paulie, I'm against the 3. You've got to take a stand somewhere, and I'm going to try to beat the 3, who I thought came out of a pretty weak field and comes back relatively quickly off a 3rd place finish, but was running at the end and perhaps will like the added distance. Looking for Ginny with a lot of chances. Luminique's looking to bounce back from a bad race last time, but we'll start out with Aerialist, going out for trainer Pat Reynolds and Eric Cancel.
Yeah, back-to-back really bad races, and this horse hasn't beaten a horse across the wire, actually 1 horse in 3 races.
The number 2 horse, Exotic Cats, 27 chances, never won, never finished 2nd.
Yeah, and another horse is just really tough to get who. You know, that's why Andy and I are talking about the 3 mares and fillies, the 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah, they're the ones taking the bulk of the play. The second-time start, Kyle's mom, Maddie Oliver, riding for Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, and Jeremiah owns this one as well. And maybe this horse, you know, like the sloppy racetrack, or like you said, maybe he's going to like a dry racetrack and stretch into a mile.
You never know. Might not have liked the slop last time. The 4 looking for Ginny. He's had a lot of chances, but might be the one to beat with Dylan Davis.
3 back, just missed breaking that maiden. At least has 8 placings.
And Luminique, who I picked on top, does have to bounce back of a bad race for Rick Dutrow and Manny Franco dropping down.
I'm with you. I actually bet Luminique last time. I don't think she liked it inside. She was backing up. Now, I don't think she's kind of a world beater. I think going down to this $20,000 level will help her.
Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Third member of our team, Sarah Albadwi, standing down in the paddock. Sarah, beautiful day here. You're not going to be freezing at least today.
That's for sure, Andy. Thank you. Really nice out today and starting to finally feel like spring, and nice seeing that we have our first turf races carded coming up next week. So looking forward to that. But getting things kicked off today for today's card with this first race, your three main players in here, they all sort of have something going for them as well as plenty of things to knock. And we'll start towards the outside with the number 6, Luminique, who does have to rebound off of a poor performance last time out. That was this one's second start off a little bit of a layoff, and if she could ever possibly get back to her debut race, she would be highly likely to win this one. It's just that question mark of where does she stand now, especially following that poor performance last time going this mile distance. Her race 2 starts ago, that puts her in the mix, and she wasn't quite as far out of things as she was last time. So maybe if you draw a line through the last race and think that with the slight drop in class from the $40,000 level to this $20,000 one, she's going to show up again today. She's one that's had less opportunities than some of the other players in here, as well as your number 4, Looking for Ginny, who's your current favorite right now at 3-2. Blinkers do go on this one. She does bring the level of consistency to the party here, as her last couple of races have been in the money finishes, and she is getting a slight cutback in distance as well from that 1 1/8 try last time to this mile distance. But she's had opportunities at this level aplenty, and she hasn't gotten the job done. So while short price, not necessarily one that I'm super enthusiastic to take, the number 3 is my top selection, Kyle's Mom, who's had just the one start, as was touched on, and did run third that day. Has to handle the stretch out in distance as well as the fast main track in here. But when you look around at horses that have just had several opportunities, at least this one was off a little bit slowly that day. Maddie Oliver is back aboard today, about a week and a half ago since that last start, and she did give this horse a nice solo warm-up out there, so perhaps wanting this one to break a little bit more alertly today. Nothing in the pedigree really suggests she won't be able to handle this added extra ground going the mile today, and she's just had less opportunities to disappoint. Andy?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. Paul and I were just sort of talking about, we've got the pick 6 carryover starts in race number 3, but also the early pick 5. I think there are a lot of races where you can narrow them down. Now, in this race, I don't know you, Paulie, I would use the 4 and 6 and try to beat the 3 to start out the pick 5.
That's the way I'd play it. Listen, I respect Sarah. She was on fire last week, but I would go 4, 6 in here. And then obviously in the next race, it's tough for me to get by the 1 donor advice. I get the horses 2 to 5, but I think then you can maybe spread.
Well, let me just say, I think the morning line maker was being a little bit ambitious, thinking you'd get 280 on donor advised. It looks like you could pay 230 in race number 2. Talk about the third race where Sorority Prank and Houghton with the Scratch Heroes Medal are going to take the bulk of the play. Do you have anybody else in there?
No, I had 3-5. I mean, obviously, Heroes Medal was a giant scratch in there.
And I feel like the pick 6, if the 3 or 5 don't win, you're going to knock out a huge percentage of the pool. Pick 5 as well. Race number 4, a little more open.
I like Tetsu. I like Return the Ring. I think those are the 2
Return the Ring is
horses.
scratch, so you don't have to worry about him.
Okay, what about, I mean, obviously the trainer, the 2 you got to use.
I think for me, I picked the race 5-4-2. I would focus on them. But listen, I think that horses like Brewpub and Honorary Degree are far from impossible in this race at bigger prices.
The 1 would be the other, I think, number in there.
The 1A Brewpub. I think he's dangerous in there as well. The pace becomes a little murky, though, because Neuschwanstein, the 2, who's switching to Brad Cox, looks like the controlling speed at this point with the scratch of Return the Ring.
Yeah, put on blinkers last time. And then in race 5, I had 1-3-5 open, Andy. I don't know what you had there. It looks like, you know, there could be some speed, but I can't take anything away. I'm not a really fan of the 7 Gunnet.
Yeah, I picked Gunnet. Acoustic Avenue, the one being scratched, who I originally liked. I don't trust Mariachi off the layoff and the drop down. I don't like it. I think Spun in 1 is the obvious horse if you're against him, and I picked him second. Rick Dutro's numbers off of wins his ROI is pretty low. It's like they don't really come back and repeat the performances. And I thought Gunnett might be a little bit interesting, dropping back to the level where he was claimed after facing so much better last time out.
Well, when you look at it that way, I mean, with the scratch of the one, you got the Mariachi's tough to trust. I get where you're going there.
I just don't love the idea of dropping in for, I mean, it's limited stats, but first time for a tag for John Kimmel with non-maidens over the last 5 years, 0 for 7 with 4 to 5
in
of
a
them
bullet
short
drill.
prices.
It's almost like a for sale sign.
Right, the bullet, don't you always feel like these drop downs, the bullet drill? It's kind of like saying, you can claim me, I can still work fast.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
And I mean,
there.
you look at the pick 6 sequence, in the last race, I'm going to be like everybody else and single the 6 Keg of the Castle is going to be an overwhelming favorite. My only backup at the C level would be the 3 Magni.
Yeah, with Mitchell Freeman.
Dropping down a little bit.
Yeah, dropping down and cutting back in distance.
Yeah.
That'd probably be the other horse.
I thought the 7th race was the one in the sequence that was the most
That's a
wide
tough
open.
race because there's some, you can go probably 4 deep in there, 5 deep in there.
Use
I mean,
the 1, the 3, the 4, the 5, the 7. I think
yeah.
all of those horses can win. That might be the best chance, but there are some races where if there's some blow-ups in there, they're going to blow up the sequence quite a bit. They're heading in the gate for race number 1. The favorite now, who was the 3rd choice when we started, is the number 6 Luminique. Paulie and I picked that one. Sarah likes the number 3 Kyle's Mon. Chris Griffin will have the call of race number 1.
Goes in, looking for Ginny. Luminique to the outside. Luminique, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward there was Luminique, lost about 2 lengths on the leaders. The lead is Aerialist. Right out to the front is going to sprint clear. It's Aerialist who's very keen. As they're switching towards the outside, they're drifting way out there. Aerialist is in front. Taking a look at the field here, it looks like the Aerialist and Eric Cancel is just very tough to handle. It's out in the center of the racetrack, is clear, but maybe Eric Cancel, maybe an equipment issue there, is trying to settle Aerialist, who's still up by 3. Tracking from second now, there's Kyle's Mom, and at the rail is Exotic Cat. That's the leading trio. Just behind them is Luminique, and the trailer far out there on the far outside is Looking for Ginny. On the front end, 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Now more settled Aerialist, who was just ranked very keen on the front end and still wants to go, is approaching 4 furlongs left to go, is up by a length and a half, almost 2. At the rail, here's Exotic Cat, is moving towards the inside. Kyle's Mom is trying to progress here from 3rd as Aerialist has come back to the field. 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Tough to handle once again on the turn. There is Aerialist, who just gets past. It's now to the inside, Exotic Cat. To the outside, it's Kyle's Mom with a nose in front. From the back, here comes a run from Looking for Ginny. Also all in is Luminique. Tailing off there was Aerialist. On the front end, Kyle's Mom with a nose in front as they approach a quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch, and Kyle's Mom is kicking on. Kyle's Mom is sprinting for home. Exotic Cat is not going away, and Looking for Ginny was at the back end of the field, is rolling now here for Dylan Davis, is trying to catch Kyle's Mom. Kyle's Mom for a final furlong. Looking for Ginny to the outside. Looking for Ginny, ready to challenge Kyle's Mom and push on by. Looking for Ginny is in front, is trying to extend the margin. Kyle's Mom is not done. Looking for Ginny wins the opener. Looking for Ginny over Kyle's Mom, and Luminique finished 3rd in 1 minute 40.20 seconds.
Well, I think Kyle's Mon ran a little better than you and I expected, but it was the 0 for 13 Looking for Ginny getting the win for Wayne Potts and Dylan Davis.
Puts the blinkers on and gets the job done. I'm happy for Wayne. He's been having a lot of tough luck, seconds and thirds, and finally gets this one across the wire. And Dylan Davis had to use all he can with this filly as he goes by Kyle's Mom, or she does, and gets the job done. Her 14th start. Listen, she had 8 placings, so she was due for a win here or there, and she got it done in her 14th career start.
Yeah, and it looked a little like there was, some brief interference, but it was nothing there. And Luminique, who you and I liked, she was never going by anybody in this race. A good ride by Dylan, saving the ground, and he needed to give every bit of that good ride. Was barely able to get by the 3, Kyle's Mom.
Yeah, the 6 was just not doing any running. The 1 ran off on Eric Cancel, and Eric couldn't really control the horse down the backside. And the 3 horses that we talked about ran 1, 2, 3. And your second choice ends up
Second
winning
choice
race,
is
yeah.
Luminique, ended up the favorite, as Dylan Davis gets another win since coming back up from Florida. Good to have Dylan back, and a lot of the riders will be coming back, especially after Derby weekend. We'll see a lot of people coming back to town. But Looking for Ginny gets it done in race number 1, the second choice at 8-5. A lot more to come on America's Day at the races, including a preview of the Oaklawn Handicap. The whole team will be down at Oaklawn again this weekend. And Skippy Longstocking, one of the best races he ever ran was last year's Oaklawn Handicap. Can he do it again? More when we come back.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Tell you what, it would be a nice day to take a ferry ride around Manhattan today as we look at the East River. I don't know, maybe the Circle Line. You ever take the Circle Line?
You get to see Statue of Liberty.
It's a tremendous trip.
Phenomenal.
And a beautiful afternoon.
Yeah,
you know, there's so many of those things to do in New York that are touristy things to do. So if you're from the city, which, you know, I've been in the city a long time, you don't tend to do, but you have friends come out of town,
exactly.
You do, and they're great.
Yeah, they're great.
Obviously going to Ellis Island, going to the city, going to the Statue of Liberty.
I think
but
Broadway
also,
shows are the most underrated too. A lot of people don't want to see shows, and then you take them to the show, and they're like, "Wow!" I'm like, "Yeah, there's a lot of talent."
people don't want to go to the Broadway shows.
Yeah, I know, right?
What's wrong with people?
I know.
There's the winner, the number 4 horse. Looking for Ginny, getting the job done. A nice ride by Dylan Davis, getting it done for trainer Wayne Potts, who I believe is standing by with Sarah.
Thanks, Andy. Standing here with winning conditioner Wayne Potts of the number 4, Looking for Ginny. And Wayne, equipment change today. Lucky start number 14, the one. Blinkers going on. What went into that decision?
So in the morning, she's always been a very tough filly to train, always on the bit. So, you know, she always gets herself so far out of it and just leaves herself so much to do. You know, she sort of don't really start her run until the last eighth of a mile, and it's been a struggle to get races to go a mile and an eighth for her. So I just try to, you know, something different in the morning, and we put them on. I put some draw reins on her to try to get her to frame up and use herself a little more. And she's been very good about doing that. So the tactics work today.
And how important is it sometimes with those horses that are showing you that consistency but not getting their picture taken to just keep trying different things, just trying to change things up even so?
She's not the only one. I had a horse by the name of Your Tavern that had 12 seconds in a row. I just couldn't win. you know, and I tried turning him back. It's like every time he made a big move, he sort of made the lead and just hung with his friends, you know. And I asked Dylan, you know, he said she had plenty of horse, but she just didn't want to go by, you know. And I just think she was the best in the race, and you know, we got lucky and finally got a win. And you know, I've had 20-some seconds and 20-some thirds, and it's just been a very tough month-and-a-half stretch, and you know, thankful for the win.
Well, nice win today and some nicer weather, and hopefully a sign of things to come as the horses they've been running.
Yep, so hopefully. So thank you.
Congratulations, Wayne.
Thanks, Sarah.
Guys.
Certainly has been a frustrating year for Wayne Potts, and I think it's one thing that trainers and horse players can sort of commiserate on, because as horse players, when things are going bad, it feels like all your good picks finish second. And for Wayne Potts, a lot of seconds and thirds, and gets the win there in race number 1. Where are we going here, Paulie? Race number 2. Donor Advised, by the way, is currently 1-4, not 6-5, guys. 1-4 here, and figures to be about 1-5 by post time. Donor Advised lost to a very nice horse in the debut last time out for trainer Brian Lynch.
Share the Gender,
a little bit
right?
news. Brian Lynch, share the Nar, and this is one that Chad Brown's been very high on and expects to be good going a distance, and has certainly found the right field today.
Yeah, this is a field that, I mean, if she runs her, you know, race that she ran last time, she wins this race by many in here. And, you know, I look at morning lines sometimes, but when they're David Aaron Gorner's morning lines, they're right. There was a horse the other day that was about 4-5, and the horse got bet to 6-5. The horse won by a pull. He's the one guy I do not question, and this horse, like you said, I think will end up being 1-5.
I question him, and he's always right. But, you know, that's what I do. That's who I am. Cheryl's Delight, obviously the other one in here, but has had a lot of chances. The ABR race of the week, we talked about it before the break. We'll talk about it now, is the Oaklawn Handicap. We will be covering, of course, the Oaklawn Handicap, the whole crew from last week. They all stayed down there. They're still at Oaklawn for the last really big race of the Oaklawn week, the $1.25 million Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, and Skippy Longstocking, the second choice on the line. I think he should be favored. Irad Ortiz has the mount, and he's a very good horse.
He is. He likes Oaklawn. He won this race last year. Safi Joseph has got 2 in this race. And he's gone to Gulfstream. He ran a decent race. He lost to White Barrio. That was just in the Pegasus. And then he came back. He won the Challenger.
He beat a pretty good Brad Cox horse who had finished second to Clark in his prior race.
And then Instant Coffee was in that race, but this was his race last year. He's a really good horse. And I think Safi Joseph got him into the right race in the Challenger to get him back into that form. And at age 6, wins half of his races, and then when he goes to Charlestown, he never loses there.
And they've taken some chances with him, but for the most part, they're very smart about the races they select and winning a couple of Charlestown Classics. A very talented horse, made a lot of money, and he pretty much shows up every time. I think he's supposed to be favored in here, Paul.
I do too. And the thing about there, you can get rain up in Hot Springs. If it rains, it moves them up even more.
Good news is it's supposed to be nice.
It's supposed to be nice, yeah. So
much as I'd like it to rain on really just on Lafitte, I don't want it to rain on Maggie and Acacia and Richie, but Lafitte, I'm hoping.
The thing that I think First Mission and Alexander Helios, they kind of switch, and Skippy Longstocking ends up being your favorite. I just disarm 10-1 is ridiculous. So
I agree. I was surprised he was that big a price. Now his lack of speed is a bit of a consideration. And we look at the Razorback. I guess the couple of things with his race. This was a day where nobody was making up ground.
None.
I did not like the way First Mission hung in this race, and I guess he could step forward second off a layoff. I'm not his biggest fan.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Listen, he had these 2 horses set their sights right on him. And I get it, you know, Alexander Helios is in such good form. And Safi Joseph has shipped 11 horses up there. 6 of them have won. So this horse grinded out. He was in between and won the race. I don't ever see First Mission really getting to those top 2 horses.
What about Banishing, who's in raging form for David Jacobson, a horse who was better going shorter, but he's been running well. How are these horses going to be trying to get an extra 16th of a mile, especially against the likes of Skippy Longstocking as well as some others in here?
Yeah, Banishing's the kind of horse that's confused me. I kept thinking, he can't get the mile and 16th of the mile, and he keeps on getting. I just think he's a really good horse. Now the mile and an eighth, is that going to be the true separator? Because he's in, like you said, raging form.
So disarmed. He looked like he could really be a horse that could be a player, especially in last year's. This is not the top flight. This is the stake race, an allowance race. But Disarm, he didn't have a good 2024. Yeah. I like the fact in this race, Paul, he was able to be a little bit closer to the pace.
Yeah, he beat a good horse. Ben Duke's not a bad horse.
Nope, I agree.
I'm with you. Steve's always had high aspirations for Disarm. He's always loved him. Every time I've talked to him about another horse, he's always brought up Disarm to me. So I just think that, you know, I think he's gonna have a better campaign, a good 5-year-old campaign. You know, he's just always told me that he's always fell in love with his horse and he can't figure out why. Now, he ran a great race at Saratoga last year, obviously. But I think he's the kind of horse that is getting in the right, at least form. I think his last race was encouraging, put it that way.
I agree. I'm very disappointed in his year last year,
Yeah.
but at least last year, maybe something he can build on. We'll see what happens. Now, Red Route 1, he had a rabbit last time out.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a rabbit in here. And while there's some pace, I thought Tarantino ran well in here. To me, Red Route Run's win was really a function of a wacky fast pace, and I don't like him against this field.
Yeah, that's what he needs. He needs a really, really fast pace. He needs horses to come back to him. And that's, I don't know if you're going to get that fast pace, but if you do, is Skippy Longstocking, is Alexander Helios, is Vanishing, is First Mission, are these horses coming back to Red Route 1? Not happening again.
Yeah, I don't think this is the day for Red Route 1. I think Red Route 1, last time was the time where Steve very intelligently employed a rabbit to get things done in there with his other horse. Big weekend coming up at Oaklawn Park, but a lot happened last weekend as well. Torpedo Anna winning the Apple Blossom in her second start, and there's her breeder, Judy Hicks. More from her when we come back.
And they're off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And as the field turns for home,
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Hi, baby girl. Hi, sweetie. Watch out for the queen. She's coming. Hey, baby.
Yeah, great energy, huh? She looks great. Look at her eyes. She looks great. She looks great. Just like you. She's beautiful.
Now we can have a hug.
I'm all cleaned up now.
How are you?
Good.
Ready to go?
Are you? Is the question. That's the little dance. Yes, we see the little dance.
Go get him, Brian.
Look at our Little dancer.
They're off. In the Apple Blossom Handicap, Sweet Alyssa was slow to go. Torpedo Anna didn't have a terrible break, but she didn't get away necessarily too quickly out of there.
Good.
Torpedo Anna taking the second position.
She's sitting perfect. They're not going to touch her.
There goes Torpedo Anna, though. Brian Hernandez Jr. lets her stride to the front, and she effortlessly goes by.
There she goes. She's got a long way to go, though. She's got a long way to go.
The 5's done.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. Length and a half in front. Free like a girl trying to reel her in. Where's My Ring is third. Switching leads does Torpedo Anna as she comes down the lane. 3 lengths ahead with a burst. Free like a girl is second. Where's My Ring is third with a 16 to go. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna. She's a class act, and she adds another Grade 1 win to the resume. Torpedo Anna, an Apple Blossom champion.
Hey, partner. Good job.
Congratulations, Miss Judy.
Hey,
You just keep showing up.
you did it again. Yet again. You did it. You are such a champion. And you know it.
Yes, she does.
And you know it.
Well, the only blemish on her record since she started her 3-year-old year was that valiant second place finish in the Travers. But I think the question I want to ask you, Paulie, is since the Travers, has she been as good a horse as she was leading into the Travers? And how well is she going to do if the field is tougher in the La Troyenne coming up a few weeks at Churchill?
Well, that's a tough question to answer. I think hasn't gotten better as a 4-year-old yet. I don't think she's faced anybody, to be honest with you. Listen, Free Like a Girl is an amazing story on a Louisiana bred that's made so much money for Chasey Palmier. And like I said, a great story. But when you keep beating that same horse who keeps running that same buyer, 88 buyer each time. Now you got another 93 buyer. You could say that her numbers are regressing a little bit. She has not at least improved to me visually like she did last year going towards the wire. But again, Andy, I don't know if she just knows the job is finished or not. You know what I mean?
Listen, I think that in general, that notion that a horse only runs as fast as it has to is nonsense. And you'll find very few serious, successful players that agree with that. To be fair, in the Travers, she did run that race, and she did step her game up when she had to. So there is some credence to it because of the race she ran the Travers. But at some point, the goings get tougher. And I think that the Torpedo Anna that we have seen so far this year, she's certainly not running well enough that she's going to compete competitively with the top boys this year. I mean, what is she going to do against a horse like
Locked or somebody like that? You know what I mean? Like somebody like that. But you make a good point.
Not to mention
here's the
fierceness coming back, Sierra Leone.
Yeah. And here's the other point. I don't remember her tail swishing like that in the lane.
That's something I can't really comment on. She's had a remarkable career. She runs extremely well in her races, but so far this year, I think people are getting a little ahead of themselves because of the easy wins. And I agree with you on Free Like a Girl. She is terrific. She's one of the great stories in racing. I totally agree. But she's not a Grade 1 caliber horse, and she's proven that in her career. And this is not a knock on her. She is who she is. And at some point, and perhaps in the La Troyenne, things are going to get a lot tougher for Torpedo Anna. And I think even Kenny McPeak feels she's going to have to step up her game if she's going to compete in tougher races going forward.
Yeah, I think so. I think that he knows that now that, okay, listen, we're going to have to get a little bit better here. If we're going to take on the boys maybe at the end of the year, or do we just stick with the girls? You know, at some point, all the great ones, you know, Rachel got beat by Zardana. Everybody gets beat. But
good horses,
again,
all the great horses have gotten beaten.
But usually as a 4-year-old, they get better. And I just want to see her face maybe a stern test and see if she moves on, you know?
Right, it's April. She can certainly get better, but she's going to have to get faster. But she is a pretty cool horse, and she certainly has a tremendous fan base as we transition to race number 2. The horse is in the paddock, and donor advised now is 1-9.
That's what we thought, 1-9 here. I mean, if she can get out of the gate in good fashion, she'll have Manny Franco on her back. There is Dylan Davis, who won race number 1. He'll be on Stand the Rain for Christophe Clement. And this is a horse that clipped heels in checked really badly and dumped Eric Cancel, so Dylan will be aboard. There's your favorite. I mean, 1-9 looked 1-9, but the last race, listen, this horse lost to a really good horse in 136, I would say, somewhere in there, and just got caught in chase mode. But the thing about it is, length and a quarter clear. When horses are caught in chase mode, I always think that's the worst thing for a horse. And
I completely agree with you,
And
Paul.
so to me, the holding on to second is always key, because they can give up the goat.
I could not agree more with you, Paul. You know, you're chasing, and not as chasing mode, but chasing a 2-5 who runs a big figure.
Yeah.
And those are the kind of horses that fall back and they run fourth, and they're still pretty good. They just tire from chasing, and I think that she ran very well. And at the end of the day, she might be a good one. And let's be honest, she's not exactly facing a particularly tough field. And her chief competition, Cheryl's Delight, is 0 for 13 and it's hung on the money in some spots.
Yeah, this one, for one of my good friends, Jay Oringer and Carlos Martin, 0 for 9 here at Aqueduct. A lot of second place finishes with Jose Lescano aboard, and a horse that was kind of like the horse in the last race. It's a lot of second place finishes and runs into a monster of a horse. But this could run cold 1-6.
And let's face it, drawing the rail with Donor Advised, who clearly has the speed of the race. This horse, even if you felt things were somewhat even, wouldn't you say this horse has a gigantic tactical advantage?
Yeah, 100%.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens as Donor Advised hits the racetrack. Chad Brown and Manny Franco.
A filly by Gunrunner, Malibu Moon mare, Toy Moon, and yeah, 1-9. Looks like she's 1-9.
Lucky for You goes out for Jesus Romero and Louis Rivera.
Jesus Romero and Louis Rivera.
He's one of my favorite under-the-radar trainers.
Under-the-radar trainer.
The number 3 is That's Funny, going out for Greg Sacco. Javier Castellano has the mount.
This would be my other one. I'd either go 1-3 or 1-6. I'd be more 1-6, but I'd throw a little 1-3 at you.
Horse that's named for you and I, Paul, easily sidetracked, goes out for John Terranova with Eric Cancel.
Yeah, 2 turf efforts, but the other dirt efforts, not much to be desired.
The number 5, Stand the Rain. Dylan Davis looking for a double to start it out, goes out for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, lost to Jockey last time, so maybe a better race today.
And rounding out the field, the second choice, Cheryl's Delight, Carlos Martin, and Jose Lescano.
4 seconds and 3/3. Does have $100,000 in her bank, but she's been checking in as the bridesmaid more than she has.
She's had a lot of chances. You got to head over to Naira Bets, member, and opt in for the Exacta bonus, a 20% Exacta bonus today at Naira Bets. It's so easy to do, even I was able to do it in just seconds, as we get more on today's second race from Sarah.
And we'll start with your heavy favorite down towards the inside, going this 1.125 mile distance, and that is Donor Advised going out for trainer Chad Brown. And here, there isn't much to knock about this filly, having that big figure second place finish first time out against a horse that, as was mentioned, was 2-5, had that experience under her belt of having a start under there, and was always in chase mode throughout the running of that mile race down at Gulfstream. Any sort of replication or even somewhat of a regression off of that first race ends up putting this one in the winner's circle in this second start that she's making in here. And there's just not a ton to really say about her that hasn't already been said in terms of her credentials coming in, having that race that's just faster than what we've seen from plenty of the others in here that she's going to be facing today, as well as having that upside, having potentially the ability to improve off of that first race as well. Though it's likely she won't have to win. There's nothing about her that hasn't been said already that I really can add, so I tried to find some sort of alternative, if there is one. And for me, if there is one, it would be the number 5, Stand the Rain, a horse who first time out was against the racetrack on a day where you really wanted to be towards the inside, as there was an extreme rail bias back on December 27th, and she was just always off the rail in there in that short field. You can really see from the head-on replay that she never actually gets over to the inside. It was the first race of the day, so not as though anyone would have been aware of where you wanted to be on the racetrack. Then in her second start, just always a wide journey throughout, and then last time out, just absolutely disastrous. She got out a little, half a step slow as she was drawn towards the rail in there, and then a horse in front of her did cross over right towards the inside, the pace setter More Than Grace, causing her to really abruptly check, pull back, and ended up being pulled up. But we are seeing her come right back after that March 22nd start. So clearly it didn't take too much out of her. She was saved for another day in there. She needs to get out of the gate quicker. She needs to get faster. And she needs to also appreciate this mile at an 1/8 distance. But she is getting a rider change to Dylan Davis. And I thought that if anybody was going to upset your heavily, heavily favored #1 Donor Advised, it would be #5 at Stand the Rain. But I think we'll all be saying that Donor Advised ends up being your winner in here. Andy?
Good luck with Stand the Rain, not sure. They head towards the gate a couple of minutes in this race. Obviously, the #6 is the one probably most likely to run second here. Hard to see them beating Donor Advised, much the horse to beat. Wanted to talk a little Derby. We mentioned how they'll be drawing the Derby in Oaks during their opening card at Churchill Downs a week from Saturday. Journalism. What price do you think journalism will be?
Morning line. 7 to 2?
Yeah, I was thinking 3 to 1, 7 to 2. I mean, I always think about how American Pharaoh was 5 to 2 in the Derby. How short can any horse be?
Exactly,
in the Derby?
yeah. I mean, like American Pharaoh. Yeah, you're right.
He was Bob Baffert. We know that Michael McCarthy is one of the best trainers in the country, but he's not exactly a household name, especially when it comes to the Derby. People in racing know how talented he is, but it's not a Todd Pletcher or a Bob Baffert coming into the Derby, so you get money for that.
And there you see the leaderboard. And listen, journalism.
He's good.
He's really good. I was just talking to you, Tapan Street. Tapan, excuse me. Is that horse going to be the wise guy horse in all of this because of the good race with Sovereignty? Because I know a lot of people that do like Sovereignty.
Do you think it depends on how the horses are working? I know the workouts.
Yes, I think that does.
The one thing I don't get about the
people
workouts,
do
to be fair,
that,
is these are good horses pointing for the biggest race of their
should
career.
Be working
Shouldn't
well.
they all be working well?
Yeah, I know, right?
I think I want to hear about a horse that's not working well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. It looks like they're doing a little saddle adjustment here.
On the #5, Stand the Rain. We'll see what happens. Dylan
So
Davis
who's the
is
second?
off.
Okay, that's the 6, actually. So who's the right
That's
now?
a
If they
good
ran the
question.
Derby, who would be the second choice?
That's a good question. Is it going to be Sovereignty?
Or
he hasn't run really fast enough to be the second choice,
Right?
even though all of us feel distance and all these things, pace. But
I feel
is
like
he
it's going
supposed to be the second choice?
I just feel like it's going to be journalism at 7 to 2, 5 to 2, and then a lot of horses from 8 to 1 to 12 to 1. I would say a 4-pack. Sovereignty, the Brad Cox runner.
Tapan Street.
That horse should be in that. Maybe.
I'll tell you who the horse that interests me, and you can say, well, there's Andy, he's going to support the home team, and I do, but I really like Grande's race in the Wood
Grande
Memorial.
wasn't that bad.
He had every right. You talk about Donor Advised chasing, right? And how those horses, that horse didn't break that well, was wide the whole way, was out in the middle of the racetrack, and I thought he ran. I mean, I know it's just his 3rd start, and it's like Tapan Street, who's only run 3 times. Do we really trust them getting the 1.25 miles, winning a race like the Derby in their 4th start? I know Mage did it, but for the most part, those horses struggle. I think that Grande is a very interesting horse going to the Derby. And I think you talk about the wise guy. I think it could be him. I think a lot of people think the same way as I do about him.
I think he's the wise guy horse. My wise guy horse, I don't know who my wise guy horse would be. I kind of like Baeza, but I don't know if he's going to get in.
I agree. I think he's very good.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest with you, I think the only thing that would get him journalism beat or not be journalism being the favorite if he draws like the 1 or 2 post.
I'm a big fan of journalism.
Same here.
I think he's extremely good.
But when you draw the 1 post, you get that. That's just the best spot, you know?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better because they have the 1 gate
Yeah,
now.
the 1 gate
so
now,
you're
yeah.
not in the same position you were. And, I kind of wonder so much how the horses have they underperformed from there. It'll be interesting. It's always fun to talk about. That Derby will be drawn 9 days from today, and a lot more talk about that as well. I'm not going to the Derby this year. I'll be taping a Derby preview, I think, on Thursday of the following week, Derby in Oaks. Of course, the Oaks, which looks reasonably well matched as well. No horse has really stepped out and said, I am the horse to beat in there.
The Oaks is a great betting board, and if you don't like journalism, then the Derby becomes an unbelievable betting board.
I suck in the Derby, but I've had good numbers in the Oaks. So I counted the Oaks to keep me from looking like a complete idiot that weekend. Horses heading into the gate for race #2. Chris Griffin has the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow at the start was That's Funny. Donor Advised broke beautifully from the inside draw, is in the 2 path here, is working towards that first turn, but Donor Advised is in front. Manny Franco, they're up by a neck, and pressure immediately towards the outside from Cheryl's Delight. They're a clear 1-2. They start to back off the tempo just a touch, and tucked right in behind them. That's going to be Luck for You, who's alone at the rail in third, is followed a length and a half. In behind them comes That's Funny, who's made up quick ground after the start. Stand the Rain out in the center of the racetrack is in the fifth position. The early trailer, Easily Sidetracked, is now 7 lengths at the back end of the field. 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and there is pressure now on Donor Advise. Donor Advise is in front by a half length. Wants to go right with this rival is going to be Cheryl's Delight, and they are about 5 lengths clear of another duo in behind is Stand the Rain, and Dylan Davis starts to progress is towards the outside, now puts a neck in front for third with Luck for You, who's encouraged to try and keep up. That's Funny is second to last, and far back still, Easily Sidetracked. 48 seconds flat for the half-mile time, and just cruising right along as Donor Advise has less than a half mile to go. Cheryl's Delight is trying to pounce right now, and the front two start to sprint away from the field once again. Donor Advise encouraged to keep that head advantage. Cheryl's Delight with every shot to run on by. They're still 5 lengths in front of it all in Stand the Rain, who's just mildly making up some ground. Far back to the rest. The top duo are head and head as they approach a quarter mile left to go. And Donor Advise is shrugging off the challenge so far from Cheryl's Delight, who continues to battle gamely in the center of the racetrack, and they're still well clear. Donor Advise is now very game towards the inside, but Cheryl's Delight continues to chase this leader. Stand the Rain is cutting into the margin of the top 2. It's still Donor Advise with that nose advantage. Good horse race here inside the final 16th. Donor Advise, Cheryl's Delight. Donor Advise wins it. Donor Advise over Cheryl's Delight, Stand the Rain, and Luck for You in 1 minute 52 seconds flat.
Not exactly winning like a 1-4 shot should, but you have to like Jose Lezcano's aggressive ride in the 6. He said, I'm never going to let her get away from me and have that advantage. But Donor Advise guts it out with the win.
Yeah, you got. Listen, I love the ride by Jose Lezcano. He just kept going after her and after her. He stayed right on top of her, and he gave his filly, the mare, the best chance to win. She's a 5-year-old mare, and she just does not love the pass. And you got to give the one a little bit of credit digging in. These two horses went after each other the whole way around the racetrack. That was a good horse race, but your favorite gets the job done, and the public got this right, who had that 1-6, had to sweat it out a little bit, but Carlos Martin's charge gave the one all she could handle.
I think Donor Advise was lucky that she had a horse on her flank that doesn't like to pass.
Yeah.
Because, and I agree with you about Jose Lezcano. I like the fact that he didn't say, well, I can't beat this 1-4 shot. I'm just going to ride for second.
Yeah, he rode to win.
He rode to win the race, and I like that. It ended up obviously so much better than the others. Was able to still get second here, but a very good effort by her. But Donor Advise, the heavy favorite, does gut it out. Manny Franco, Chad Brown, getting the job done in race number 2. So those of you who singled her in the pick 5, you can breathe a sigh of relief.
Yeah, like Manny Franco, it's one of those things when you go to the gym and you think, yeah, you're just going to walk today, and you end up in a full sprint on this horse. He had to ride her home to get her to win. But Cheryl's Delight, you got to give her credit. She liked the distance, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. No, she never, ever gave up. This horse never was really able to get away from her. Well, I'll give you one, Paulie. 49 years ago, Bold Forbes used the Bayshore, I believe, to kick off his 3-year-old year, which led to a win in the Kentucky Derby. The Bayshore will be this weekend, a 5-horse field, a very competitive race coming up. Moplex, the New York bred, is the favorite.
And a dare manner will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, here with winning pilot of your second race today here at Aqueduct, Manny Franco, who won with your heavily favored Donor Advised. And Manny got some good pressure all the way throughout the race with her. Were you expecting someone else to really challenge you for that early supremacy?
Yeah, definitely. The one who was chasing me, I knew that coming from 6 full-on, so she's going to be right there. So she broke good. She took a little bad step out of that, but as soon as she got up, she just ended up on the lead, so, and she was comfortable. She was doing it nice, so I just went with her and just keep improving my position.
And she certainly showed a good fight there in the lane as well, having that gameness. Talk a little bit about knowing how much horse you have left and just really being able to assess the situation and knowing that if you ask, there's more there to give.
Yeah, definitely. This filly, she seemed like she was doing it, like I said, comfortable and nice, because she had the ear picked up, so she was waiting, for me to ask her to go, and that's what I knew, that I have horse under me, so I just trying to, keep her in the game, mind the game, and she got it done.
And announced this morning, a Derby mount waiting for you, East Avenue. Tell me a little bit about how that whole process unfolded and what you're looking forward to.
My agent, I think that's the guy who was, chasing that mount and, chasing some mount for the Derby and for that day. So I want to say thanks to Godolphin, the trainer, Brendan Walsh, and everybody involved. I'm excited. I'm gonna try to pull it up.
All right, Manny. Well, congratulations here, and best of luck going forward to that first Saturday in May.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you,
guys.
The thing that Paul and I are most incredulous about this race is this exacta somehow paid $3.05 for $1.
I keep reading the.
We thought it would be $3.05 for $2.
I thought it was $3 for $2, but yeah, it paid.
I'm not joking.
45 cents less than your trifecta, which is kind of crazy there. But Donor Advised gets the job done. Cheryl's the
Well, that's for 50 cents.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a big exacta. You can laugh.
That's a big super.
That's
you
a
can laugh
big
too.
exacta in this race. Who was fourth? No, I didn't have it cold, Paulie. I had the 3/3, fourth. I missed it. I couldn't hit it in the cold punch. Race number 3 coming up, and Holton is the favorite over the speed of Sorority Crank, the horse who would have been favored. Hero's Medal scratched, and the pick 6 with the $21,550 carryover kicks off in race number 3. Coming up this weekend, we mentioned the Bayshore. It used to be the Swift at 6 furlongs. 2 weeks later, the Bayshore at 7. 2 weeks later, the Gotham at a mile, and 2 weeks later, the Wood Memorial at a mile and 1/8, and then 2 weeks later, the Derby. How the game has changed. I'm going to hope that morning line is wrong, because I like a horse that I think is going to be over 2-1 in there. But Moplex is the favorite, the New York bred, going out for Jeremiah Englehart. This horse ran very well in a hotly contested pace in his return as a 3-year-old.
Yeah, this was in the Gander, running a good third as Soon to Be King, who this horse bobbled, and then Soon to Be King just came from way out of it. I mean, without the bobble, Moplex probably ends up finishing this race, but Soon to Be King comes rolling on the inside, and I don't know how he wins this race, but he does.
Do you worry at all that the horse who finished third or second, the horse in the middle, National Identity, came back and ran kind of a clunker over the weekend? It was a wet track.
Yeah, it was a wet track, but he
Soon
just
to Be King was second, to be fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I just didn't like the way he ran it. But Moplex, you got to give him one. He ran really well, New York bred, for being in the Champagne. Started his career 3 for 3. I don't think that was a bad effort. He is the barometer in here, but I thought there's some other horses you can go to.
Horses shipping in from out of town. Faster Gator had a nice win last time out. I want to say an 82 buyer in this victory. How good is he?
Well, first time out he won at Gate to Wire, and then last time they put blinkers on, so you figured he'd get more speed. He got left in the gate and circled the field. So I do think this horse has got a lot of quality. Now, Anthony Ferrier and Arnoldo Boca Chica, they're usually at Charlestown, winning a lot of races, but they got a nice little Kentucky bred that they won here at Laurel with that, being a son of Vacoma, we've seen these Vacomas been running well, and this horse has been working very well in Maryland.
The horse I'm interested in is Pascaline. Now, I'm not excited if this horse goes off at 2-1. I was hoping for a slightly better price. This horse won the Laurel Futurity back in the fall in his last start, beating a horse, Studley Do-Right, that came back with a win in the National in a subsequent start.
Yeah, and this for trainer Arnold Delacour. We see a lot of Arnold's horses on the turf course, but this is a nice little son of Upstart, a West Virginia bred, that has been working great guns at Tampa. That's where Arnold's horses are basically stationed. Arnold, excuse me. Most of his horses are stationed, or all are, and you can see Pascal and Studley Do Right. You can see that's his patent running with his head down. He's a nice little horse.
I think it's a race that might be a little bit better than the buyer figure suggests. At least that's what I'm banking on and picking in him. But it's a competitive field for this weekend's Bayshore. Good news for you. I'll be leaving now. Greg Wolf is on his way on. Paulie will be sticking around for a little while, and then I'll be back after Paulie leaves in about an hour. But America's Day at the Races is just getting started. The Pick Six with the carryover kicks off in race number 3.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness. At the line, War of Will. That's a photo for the win.
Will Den and Vince Chemino take the Jimmy Durante.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in, and I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire.
I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Good to be with you on our continuing coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Greg Wolf stepping in for Andy Serling. He'll be back in just a little bit. I'm with Paul LaDuca. And hard to believe, just 16 days away from that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, we were talking about they're drawing the race in 9 days, and we were thinking, okay, what will journalism be on the morning line? I think about 7 to 2, somewhere in that area. And then I'm going to ask Greg Wolf, who will be the second choice?
That's an incredibly tough call.
Right?
I don't have an answer for you on that. Got to wait and
7 to
see
2 is
who
about right on journalism morning line?
Could be 3 to 1 maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, 3 to 1, 7 to 2. I would think in that area. Look, it's certainly that race 2 back was sensational, and then he overcame trouble. Second back, he's clearly established himself as the one to beat.
Yeah, he is. And as you see
but not like last year, with a horse who didn't run it all that day in fierceness. I mean, that horse was a massive standout, right?
Yeah.
It's not to that level.
No, I don't think so. It's not to that level. But I think that just journalism is such a handy horse. I think he's a standout when it comes to this year. I will give Sovereignty a little bit of love. I think Burnham Square is better than people think. Japan Street, I think, is going to be the wise guy horse. Same with Tistastic. And then somebody in the bottom is going to be that one Buzz horse that's working very well. We'll see what happens, you know. It's going to be...
If I had to guess, maybe Sovereignty or Sandman second choice.
Yeah,
but
Sandman too, yeah.
Spotlight on the one to beat. He has been incredibly good since getting beaten his debut. 4 wins, 3 graded stakes, and that San Felipe just sensational. That's sort of the benchmark race out there. If he could run that race back, and you know, obviously that was a mile and a 16th. We're going a mile and a quarter in the Derby. A lot of things could change. 20-horse field. But everyone else sort of has to get up to that level, which certainly they can. We're still improving at this time of the year as 3-year-olds.
Yeah, and the thing about journalism, he got steady really hard in this race. And for him to pick the bit right back up and then go by a horse in Baeza who, John Sheriff's, he trains his horses to run 1.5 miles, 2 miles. It's really hard to go by his horses. So now this horse has gone by 2 Baffert horses in deep stretch, and then went by a John Sheriff's horse after having trouble. I've said this from the beginning. I truly believe that this horse is going to be, if he gets into that gate and does not get the 1 or 2 hole, will be so tough to beat in the Derby. The one worry I have, I think he's a great rider, is Umberto Rispoli. Can he navigate Churchill Downs? I mean, but, you know, remains to be seen. I mean, you know, they're going to stick with him and Michael McCarthy. He's done nothing wrong on the horse. He hasn't lost with anything with Umberto, but Umberto on the dirt's a different type of rider. But listen, you know, we've seen guys like Mario Gutierrez give unbelievable rides. Sonny Leone giving rides too as well. So Umberto's got a ton of talent. He's just never really ridden in the Churchill Downs circuit.
Well, and again, you know, the big separator is going to be that 1.25 mile distance in the Derby. It's rare that you see any 3-year-old going into the Kentucky Derby and running the best race of their life.
Yeah, and here it is right here. Watch right here. This rarely happens that you steady and then just pick up and then you're just going right by Bob Baffert horses. One, right by another one. And then as soon as Citizen Bull gives it up and you got to go by now a John Sheriff's horse, you don't see these type of horses do this, especially in California where it's a speed-laden racetrack. This horse is special.
He's been incredibly talented. Looks like he has a motor that is not slowing down, and that pedigree too, you would think. It remains to be seen until they do it, but 1.25 miles would be fine for him, but we'll wait and see.
He's got tactical speed. I don't think he's going to be that far back. I love the way he lowers his head in deep stretch. As they say, that's a nice stride.
And you know, people who discount say, oh, well, he went backwards a little bit. He ran a smaller figure than he did in that first race back. And who'd he beat? Baeza. Baeza ran a very good race in that Santa Anita Derby.
Yeah, and he got steady. If he doesn't get steady, he runs like 107 buyer. I mean, like, they don't count the steady. He got shuffled about 4 lengths back. I mean, so what does he win the race by 5-6 lengths? And now we're looking at this a little bit different. He's definitely the horse to beat the first Saturday in May, as long as everything goes well and he doesn't draw the 1 hole. I get it that it's a little bit different now with the gate out. It's still, looking at Lucky was the best horse in that class, and the 1 hole did him in. The 1 hole is where you don't want to be. He gets somewhere in the middle of the pack. I just think he's going to be really tough.
Going to be fun to see where everybody lines up, of course. As Paulie said, 9 days away from entries being taken.
That's crazy.
And that entire card, that entire weekend, including Thurby.
Oh, I forgot about Thurby. Thurby's
always fun as well. We have a pick six carryover coming up next. 10 minutes to post to kick it off, 21,550. Already almost an additional 50 grand bet into that pool. As we get set to kick it off, Holton, one of the big favorites in race 3 next.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're getting set for a pick six carryover on this Thursday card. It will begin with a one-turn mile, $40,000 claiming race, non-winners at 2 lifetime. And there is the current, even money favorite, Holton. Tom Morley Barn and Kendrick Carmouche will ride.
Yeah, that's probably where I would land. I would probably, I would maybe single Holton to start. Race 4, I like Tetsu. Maybe 1-4 there. Race 5 is the key. Do you who do you like in race 5? That race is tough. Spun and won. Mariachi, cold as hell.
I picked Mariachi. There's major question marks with as well as he ran last time out against so much better to take that massive drop off the bench. I really question that. So why is he in for 32?
Yeah. Okay, then let's go to race 6. Do you see anything besides Margin of Error and Bold Endeavor? They're 8-5 and even money to 5 and 6.
I believe. Yep.
Okay, and then we get to race 7. I thought it was wide open.
We'll get back to it, though.
Yeah, it was wide open.
Here's Broderick, Christopher Elliott, Pat Reynolds.
Yeah, winner last time out, breaking his maiden at the mile distance for 20.
I thought this 3 could be very tough here, and it's probably going to be leading the way, Sorority Prank.
Yeah, that is her main weapon, is her speed. She's been working well in the morning. She's got a nice little 4-furlong drill.
2-1 right now. Dylan Davis aboard. Here's Brewing, Romero Mirage, blinkers on.
Yeah, went from the Steve Asmussen barn to the Juan Bernardini barn and did not run well last time, but had the one hole. Maybe drawn a little bit farther out will help him.
Holton, distant third with a very wide trip last start.
Yeah, he's 1 for 14 lifetime. There's a lot of 1 for forevers in here besides Broderick, but he'd be my choice in here.
And Incantation, Javier Castellano for the Bond barn outside.
A horse that comes back for the 40, a son of Frank Conversation, 0 for 6 the last 2 years, and is coming off a layoff since January.
So 5 minutes away from this pick 6 carryover. Let's go down to Sarah and see how you played it.
Yeah, carryover does start here, and we did lose a heavily favored horse from the morning line in Heroes Medal, who's going to be on a lot of people's tickets, but I was trying to beat regardless, and so now you have kind of this 2-horse race where you're forced to make a decision, and I did start out with a single of the number 3 Sorority Prank, a horse who I believe is the speed in here. He comes off a little bit of a freshening, and he had some things not go his way last time out. Wide open race in the next leg. I used 4 horses in there. Brew Pub, the remaining half of the entry, as well as the 2, 4, and 7 in there. No super strong opinion, so wanted some coverage in that spot. As we move on to the third leg in here, I think that I'm going just with 2 horses, Spun in 1, as well as Gun It, a horse who hasn't won in quite some time, but trying to beat a couple of the other shorter prices in there. For me, it's a single with margin of error. I think that he's going to be ahead of a horse like Bold Endeavor, and I think with that 2-horse race, I just wanted to make a decision and lean towards one of them. 3s and 5s for me in the 7th, the feature. There's a lot of different ways you could go in there, trying to beat the Chad Brown entry. Wouldn't surprise me if you wanted to add a couple of others in that spot for my ticket. I'm just going with Ignite the Light and 1 other. And then to close things out, I want a little bit of coverage. I have 1, 3, 5, and 6, although the number 6, your favorite, does look like a tough one to beat. So $64 for me with that pick 6 ticket.
Good luck, Sarah. Yeah, that last race, King of the Castle, is going to be an incredibly short price for Brad Cox.
The way people play, I think the 6 will probably be the most singled horse in the last race of the sequence, because people like to get to the last leg, and the horse does figure. Going to be the first time in Brad's barn, and almost won at this level, just missed. And like Sarah said, it's got the best numbers in the race. So I think the 6 in the last will probably be the most singled horse in there. I like that Sarah starts with a single, takes her shot here with Sorority Park.
Yeah, Dylan Davis is going to be, he's so aware, and he's going to send this horse. And he is going to be alone in front of the spot. 1 for 19. Everybody's 1 for in this race. It's non-winners at 2 life. So we'll see if Sorority Prank can take them gate to wire.
And when you look at the other horses in here, there's just nobody that really has 1s in the front of their columns besides Broderick, who wired a field, but that was a lot slower than Sorority Prank can go. Now, Sorority Prank hasn't raced since January, so she should get an easy lead. She's 1 for 19. And the other horse in here, they're betting that 4 to 5 on the screen, Holton, is 1 for 14, like Greg was talking about. He's got a little bit of tactical speed. He's got to stay close to Sorority Prank.
I mean, if you look at Brewing does have some sprint speed, and they're putting blinkers on him.
Yeah.
But last start, I mean, he was nowhere last start. I mean, but we'll see. He in the past has been able to be forward. So we'll see what Romero Mirage does in terms of trying to chase the 3.
Yeah, the horse is tough to figure is the 6, Incantation, who did run well off like a really long layoff. That's the 66, 67 buyers are not completely off the map when it comes to these horses.
I'm surprised to see, and maybe he'll win and run off the screen like that, but I'm surprised to see Holden at even money.
Yes, and I picked Holden. I didn't think he'd be even money. I thought the 3 and the 5 would be really close in price. I thought they'd be like 8 to 5, 8 to 5, 9 to 5, 8 to 5, somewhere in that area. But Holden, he's got that one race where he won by open lengths. He's got another race at Saratoga that's really good. I wonder if Holden likes going around 2 turns, like at Saratoga, instead of that 1-turn mile, which you get today.
He's got that one massive standout race, and it was here in a 1-turn mile 3 starts ago, where if he runs that race, no one has a chance in here. But he's run twice since then. He hasn't run close anywhere in the ballpark of that fast. February 22nd and March 15th. So was that a one-off?
Yeah, you make a good point. And the horse was claimed out of the Brad Cox barn, usually hard to claim. And they tried this horse on the turf, being a son of American Pharaoh, who's done better with his turf stats than dirt stats. So maybe you're right. They do throw a bullet work into the 5 Holton and then put him back in for 40 where he did break his maiden. So maybe this is where he needs to be, as that the pick 6 is getting right up to $100,000.
So odds on Holton here in this spot, and there's a few races. Certainly this race, it seems like it's between the 3 and the 5. The 6, I guess, a little bit of money. The next race is a little bit tricky. I thought Neuschwanstein has a chance to go gate to wire once again, but not incredibly high confidence for a horse who's had trouble putting together back-to-back efforts. And Tetsu is a danger, but I didn't like how he ran last start.
He didn't run well last time out. He's 9. So I'm wondering if he kind of spaces his races in between now because he's a little bit older. Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that race was wide open. I had 1, 2, 4, 5 open in that race. I know Sarah's using, if I'm not mistaken, she was using the 7. Yeah, she's going with spun in 1. I thought race 5 that was the all button for me. If you're going to all button any of the races, that was the tough one to me. And she's going to go with margin of error where Bold Endeavor is another horse in there. But race 5 is the tricky race for me.
Okay.
I just think Mariachi's tough to trust. Cold as Hell is fast. Mariachi is fast. Spun in 1 can lay for a little bit off the pace. So maybe does that give Gunnett a little bit of a chance? But Gunnett's putting blinkers on. I didn't love his last race. I thought that race was confusing.
And it's coming up, in the 5th. I thought maybe the biggest question mark, on the program today was Mariachi. Why that drop from allowance to optional claiming when he ran huge to drop in for 32 today off the bench here, because that horse was incredibly competitive against a lot better last time out, and he's been competitive pretty much every time out.
Yeah, especially with Saratoga coming around the corner. This is a horse that's run 92 buyers back-to-back at Saratoga. You would think they might have just protected him for 1 start, but no, Mariachi's going to be in for 32 in a couple races. But to this race, they're sticking to their guns. They're getting a little bit closer, Greg. I say they go 6-5, 7-5 by the time they go off, or even money 7-5.
See what happens. About to load up. Broderick first in line, coming off that 20 maiden claiming win. Getting stretched back out to a mile, but that's going to need to improve quite a bit to contend against this group off that effort. Sorority Prank, we'll see if Dylan Davis can go gate to wire off the short layoff here for Chris Engelhardt. Set for the pick 6 carryover. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Brewing. 2 out. Holton. Incantation. Start of the pick 6. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed from Holton. Brings smoothly right out towards the front. Is going to take back though. Sorority Prank is now quickest and puts a nose advantage in front of Brewing. They're the 1-2. These two are head and head as they approach, coming out of the chute and hooking up with the backstretch. It's Sorority Prank to the inside and the pressure from Brewing. These still nose and settling just off of them was Holton, who's a 3rd. Out wider there comes Incantation. Center of the racetrack in 4th, and patiently ridden is Broderick, the trailer. 23.39 for that opening quarter mile. They're well off the rail, and the leader is Brewing. Brewing with a nose advantage, and towards the inside, Sorority Prank is going to come right back. Incantations, a handful out in the center of the racetrack for Javier Castellano. Starting to move forward, is taken 3rd to the outside of Holton, who's now in between horses. They're tightly bunched as Broderick is slipping through at the rail. Less than 4 furlongs to travel, and here comes a run from Broderick at 15-1, makes it 3 across the racetrack, is going to save all the ground. Sorority Prank is now scrubbed along here to try to keep the advantage, but is in between 2 long shots, and to the outside it's Brewing. To the rail, it's Broderick. Incantation is 4 wide, and all the meanwhile, Holton is a handful. Holton's going to switch to the outside, is going to make it 5 wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Incantation's going to get the jump. It's Incantation. Broderick down towards the inside does start to battle on. Holton is now cut loose in the center of the racetrack, but getting the jump was Incantation, who sprints for home. But Holton's got all the momentum, and Holton is catching with every single stride. Incantation is trying to get there. Holton inches closer and closer as the wire is approaching. Holton's trying to get up, and Holton to the outside will win it. Holton over Incantation. Broderick finished 3rd at 1:38 seconds flat.
Shorty Prank did get pressured by Brewing in here. Those two flatten out, and Holton, going best late of anyone, picks up the second win of his 15-race career.
Yeah, this is what we call a wee right here when he took to the 5 out to the 5 path to go around 4 horses. I think Kendrick was caught. He didn't really know what to do, but 6 got a little bit of a break on him at 5-1, but you're 4-5 favorite. That's what Holton ended up going off at. Got the perfect scenario. bunch of horses lined up right in front of him. But you got to give the 6 credit off the layoff here. Incantation ran a really good race for the Bond Barn.
Yeah, 5, 6, 1, 3 in the end. It's your odds-on favorite. Here's Kendrick. Recently accumulated career win number 4,000. Good for him.
And celebrated like Alexander Ovechkin with the people in the fountains and the fans.
He's popular here.
Oh my goodness, they're still shouting his name up there.
5, 6, 1, 3. Your odds-on favorite to begin this pick 6. Long way to go. Formful beginning though. Tom Morley Barn with the win. So Incantation here. Nothing you can do about this.
No, it's just one of those things.
Rolling late.
If you have the 6, you're like, oh no, really? And your 4-5 shot goes on by. And then the 3 just got put to bed early because the 4 went with him. It looked like Dylan was having trouble with the 3-2 down the backside, and the horses were way off the rail. And then Broderick snuck up the rail, and I think it left Kendrick. Didn't really know what to do, so he had to circle him.
Louisiana in the house. To start off the pick 6, Kendrick Carmouche on Holton at 4-5. Prices set at the late pick 5 when we come back.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Kendrick Carmouche rolling late on Holton for the Tom Morley Barn to start off his pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, and always having fun with the fans. And oh man, he's one of the best, Kendrick. Shadow boxing, I love it. And Tom Morley gets the job done here. American Pharaoh out of Uncle Mo there. Catherine the Wise. And Kendrick's still having some fun with the fans. If you had that pick 3, it's not bad, $5.80.
Formful day to this point. Standing by with a winning rider. Let's go to Sarah.
Here with Mr. 4,000 and counting, Kendrick Carmouche, another victory for you. Full head of steam down the stretch for you in Halton today to get the victory.
Yeah, this horse ran very well in the start allowance last time. You know, I told Tom I thought the horses might be a little tough for him. Him and the owners both agreed, and They run the horse for 40 today. I had him sitting behind these horses. He liked to run with the dirt in his face a little bit. You know, I wasn't too worried around the turn when Javier pulled up. And once I got him outside, he pretty much mowed the horse down. You know, I just had to point him in the right direction.
And fans congratulating you, of course, we saw a couple weeks ago for win number 4,000. And even just now from out of the crowd, you had a couple of younger fans saying congratulations. What does it mean to you to have the Aqueduct faithful behind you and to be able to celebrate your accomplishments with some of the patrons that come here?
It's just, it's a blessing, you know. We're in a sport where people can cheer on you and people can be mad at you, and 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, they can be celebrating with you again. You know, this is a different sport than most sports. I just love giving back, you know. I love my sport. I can't say it enough how much I love my sport, and the people that cheers me on, you know, it makes me want to just do more.
Always get that good round of applause when you're coming back, win or lose, right? They stay faithful to you.
Win or lose, they stay faithful, baby.
Congratulations here, Kendrick.
Thank you very much. Louisiana, baby. We're in the house already.
And there's that celebration Paul was just talking about. Fans love him here, and they let him know it when he won number 4,000 just the other week. Good for him, and gets it done here on Holton for trainer Tom Morley. And he's getting, you know, big opportunities. He's paid his dues, all those riding titles at Parks where he really put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears.
The crazy part is he still goes to Parks on Mondays and Tuesdays and rides. And he's still like, you know, remember he told me something, and it's something that somebody told me, you can learn something new every day, even at an older age. And Kendrick said, I'm still learning new things, better things. And we were talking about Jamie Ness. That was just random conversation. He was talking to me about some of the Parks trainers that he knows too. So having the connection with those guys, and now having some of the connections here, he rides for some of the bigger guys here, and he's gotten off to a tremendous start to this
He really has. Good for him. Starts off this pick 6 with an odds-on favorite. Late pick 5 next. Race 4, 7 furlongs coming up. $20,000 claiming race. Neuschwanstein from the rail moves to the Brad Cox barn in a horse that looks like, just like last start at this distance, is going to be alone in front.
Yeah, should be, right? I mean, the horse cut out decent fractions last time. I would think would be the horse to catch here. You look at the rest of the field near the 5 of Baden has some back speed. Can you see that? And then
it's just complete. The last 2 starts. Where is it gone?
They have not done it. You're right. And you know, here's the crazy part about a Baden is like they've gone backwards. In the 6 JJ's Jokers, they put blinkers on him, and it hasn't worked for him either. So you're right. The 2's going to be in front here for a long time. I think I'm just hoping Tetsu can stay close enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that the 5 used to be very quick, and they're just 3 starts ago, you would say, well, he's going to be right there with Neuschwanstein. But the last 2 starts, it gives you very little faith that he has any of that speed left. It'll be interesting to see what happens here in race 4. We're closing in on the first Friday and Saturday of May. And for the Kentucky Oaks and these 3-year-old fillies, these 2 put on a show in the final prep out in Hot Springs, Arkansas. As you take a look at the points leaders, Quiet Side up top there off that fantasy win, but the filly right behind her as well ran huge and Simply Joking, and just her 3rd career start off a layoff for Whit Beckman. Both those 2, I think, going to garner a lot of attention that first Friday in May.
Yeah, they are. And in LaCara, those 2 as well. I mean, Quiet Side has won 2 in a row. She won the Honeybee, and she did win the fantasy, and it was a good race. This one for Shortleaf Stables. Johnny Ortiz has been on a little bit of a heater of late. I'll tell you that much. And there you see Malibu Moon out of Speightstown mare. You won't think she'd want to go that far, but they'll surprise you, those Speightstowns on the bottom side, just short of $1 million earner.
She has never run a bad race in 7 career starts, 2nd in the Spinaway at Grade 1 at Saratoga, just the 2nd start of her career behind Immersive, your eventual champion 2-year-old filly. And she saved her best for last. That was the best figure she has ever earned in that fantasy. Do you have questions about the 1 1/8 for her?
I don't have a question in Mile 8 for her. I think she can get it. I think a good horse can get it, right, and wins. I like this race. This is a grind-out race. I'm worried, did this take a lot out of her? You know, this is her completely her best race she's ever run, her best number. She's ding-donging it with Simply Joking all the way down the stretch. Does this take a lot out of her? I don't know. She keeps on getting better and better, and you make a good point. She's really never run a bad race. She surprised the field at 10-1. She made them believe in the fantasy. I think she's a player, obviously, when it comes to the Oaks. I just don't know if I'll be betting her. I thought those others.
Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Obviously, these two will go back at it again, and with Simply Joking having that race under her belt, see if she could do with a little more seasoning. So she's going to be a little bit tougher. Start before this, I was shocked. I mean, we were on the air covering this race, that Grade 3 Honeybee, that she went off at 10-1 in the first place.
I think she went off at 10-1 because she was 12 out of the 13. And I think a lot of people thought, okay, winning from way out there. And like you said, she went off at 10-1. And she won this pretty handily over 5G. Muhima, the gray filly on the outside. So this was just a good effort for me as the fantasy. So maybe she does like to run back-to-back bang-up races.
She's got, that tactical ability that she can be forward in the mix. Doesn't have to create her own trip. And good for John Ortiz. He has a very good one here for John Ed Anthony, homebred shortleaf stable, who have had so many tremendous horses going back many, many years, back when they were Loblolly stable. Now they have another incredibly talented filly.
There she is. I mean, you gotta love the white blaze. It seems like the good ones always got that nice little white blaze. I'm happy for Johnny Ortiz. Doesn't have a tremendously big barn, but he's having a tremendous meet at Oaklawn, and his barn has been on fire of late, too.
So Quiet Side, she'll be one of your major players in the Kentucky Oaks that first Friday in May. We're going to step aside. We'll be back with more. Race 4 is going to kick off this late pick 5. We are approaching the 15-minute mark to post here to kick things off. Neuschwanstein, I believe we're looking at. The inside post. Can he take this group gate to wire just as he did back on March 21st? Manny Franco will take over for Kendra Carmouche.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Getting into the late pick 5 in New York in about 12 minutes. Coming up this weekend, a big one out at Oaklawn. Here's a look at the Saturday Stakes schedule with the Bathhouse Row, Valley of the Vapors, and of course the big one, the Oaklawn Handicap. Let's take a look at the Bathhouse Row. And instant replay is going to take a lot of money in here for Brad Cox, coming off a third-place finish behind Tiztastic in that Grade 2 Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, he's going to be really tough to handle in here. Behind Sandman, behind a couple of the horses in here, but he ran well in the Louisiana Derby. Did instant replay from way out of it with Florent Giroux. Now he's going to get Flavian Pratt aboard, and he's going to be a handful. Does he need pace to run into? I think he gets it. He's a son of Maximum Security. The other son of Maximum Security for Bob Baffert, Tis Secure, should supply plenty of that pace. But this is a nice horse, instant replay, and I would think he's going to go off maybe around that 4 to 5, and unless somebody else takes some money in there, I just don't see anybody beating him.
Strange sort of running style, because it's a horse who the first really 4 starts of his career, he was forward and showed speed. Now he comes from the back of the pack. The 2 races he's run now as a 3-0, completely different running style.
And I think that will change with Flavian aboard. I think Florent Giroux last time, he really from the got to come inside, and then he ended up 6 wide going around the far turn. So I just think he's better than these other 3-year-olds. Well, we'll see what happens. Him gets blinkers for the first time, and Caldera for Dwayne Lucas. In the Sunland Derby, gave Getaway Card all he can handle, and we'll show you this. But then after that race in the Louisiana Derby at 5 to 1, just a brutal trip. So it remains to be seen how good Caldera is.
Yeah, he took money in that Louisiana Derby. This obviously the big one that set him up for that, and he did not really show up that day, but had some problems, obviously. Battled down to the wire with Getaway Car, comes up just on the short end of things, and maybe hurts him a little bit in the fact that Getaway Car didn't come out of this race and really move on.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where we're looking at maybe these 3-year-olds that are kind of in between, or they haven't made the Derby, or they're the 30th to the 40th horses qualifying for the Derby. That includes like the 7, and Caldera, who's a horse that ran some decent races in the Sunland Derby, and then last time Louisiana Derby, it just not work out. Bad trip. So 15 to 1 is not going to happen. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, most of these morning lines pay little attention to. Valley of the Vapors, 3-year-old fillies get their turn. It's going to be race 10 on that Saturday card. And Quantum Burst, Eddie Keneally, Pratt will ride. We're going to have more on Pratt coming up later on in the show. 9-length score at Colonial in her most recent start, March 15th.
Yeah, she was 1 to 9, and she ran like a 1 to 9 shot. She wins by like 9 with Flavian aboard, and this was a nice little effort. If she repeats that effort, she's going to be tough. Now, Dare to Fly and Jenkin, I think are horses in here along with Miss Martini. But if this horse improves any more from here, my goodness, this is a pretty good win.
Still wasn't a number that sort of knocks your doors down. It was a big margin, right? But just a 77 buyer at Colonial. So there's some others that feel like they're in range, no?
Well, yeah, Miss Martini, I think, is in range. I also think Prince Elia on the cutback for the coach, Dwayne Lucas, is a big player. Quantum Burst, I don't think will be 2 to 1. I think Quantum Burst will come up a little bit.
Keith Asmussen, he's going to ride for Dad here. Miss Martina, who you brought up, will go beyond 6 furlongs for the first time. Could she move forward, getting a little more distance? Pedigree-wise, it would seem like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and she's never gotten Lasix in her career. And obviously, she's not going to get it in this race, stakes race, but I think the distance will be okay. She was kind of horse that went to the front, and then last time out, she came from off of it, so I think she could be a little bit, she could be handy, and being by curling out of a Will Take Charge mare, she should be able to handle the distance with no problem.
It's almost a little surprising she hasn't gone longer yet.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe extra ground is not what she wants, despite that pedigree. You would think she would, though. Well, that's coming up, part of that tremendous Saturday program. We'll have live on-site coverage from the same crew that was there last week as well. Lafitte, Mig, Maggie, Acacia, they'll all be on hand as we get into race 4, 8 minutes away here in this Thursday card from South Ozone Park, New York. And there is Neuschwanstein, Will Manny Franco, who's taking over for Kender Carmouche. He's been on board the last couple of starts. Manny's been on this horse before. I would think he's going to be just as aggressive because that's his game. But, the question that we talked about with the 5, can somehow he find that speed again that he used to have, but it just looks like it's not there, at least the last couple of starts.
Last couple of starts, it has not been there. Now another drop for 20. We'll see what happens. Then 1A on the outside, Brewpub, did show a little bit of speed. And then in the last time was in a really fast race, a 6.5 furlong race. Was not that far off, but I just think the addition of the blinkers with the 2 last time out helped him big time. And now in the Brad Cox barn, I'm actually surprised. I thought the 2 would be your favorite. Now the 4 is Tetsu, who I like, but I don't think should be your favorite.
It's early. Yeah, we got time. We'll see if this changes here. No way you're going to get 3-1 on Neuschwanstein. Tetsu, there's the back class, right? 9-year-old, though, who's 2 starts coming back. He's not been the horse that he was since he went to the bench.
Yeah.
But today, 3rd off the layoff for this old veteran. Could today be the day?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. He's got 33 out of 54 in the trifecta in his lifetime. He's a 9-year-old. And, sometimes these 9-year-olds have a tough time putting back-to-back efforts. Now, he ran well first time in the Rick Dutrow barn. He protected him again, and he just had a bad start last time. With a better beginning, I think he's the horse to beat. But at age 9, do you want to take a horse at 2-1? There's some other horses in here, like the 7 taking a little money, like the 6. I do think the 2's the horse to catch. I'm surprised that he's 7-2, but
he won't be.
Yeah, he won't be. I thought this race. I had this race 2-4-5, but 4-2-5 actually. The 1A is the confusing one, Brewpub. I don't know what to do with that horse because the Ketamachi bond's been so good off the claim.
Yeah, they have.
And the horse hasn't really fired that much in their barn. And another horse that likes to run second, the 7.
And for, coming out of a 25,000 claiming race, that was a fairly tough 25,000 claiming group. Amundsen has won a ton of races. He's my honey badger's been in actually fairly sharp form of late.
Montebello's pretty good too, yeah.
So outside post for the remaining half of the entry here, Brewpub and Ilke Kantermachi.
Yeah, this is a 7-year-old by Street Sense and usually runs a pretty good race.
The speedster went gate to wire, going 7 furlongs. Last start, his Neuschwanstein.
Yeah, he got blinkers last time, and I think that helped him. And now in the Brad Cox barn, and Manny Franco will be pushing the buttons.
8-time winner for the Dutrow barn, Tetsu.
Javier Castellano in the irons. Tetsu needs to stay close to the 2 horse in here.
Christopher Elliott on the 5, 3 starts back. He did go gate to wire, but that, again, is that speed being gone, is that just a telltale sign to you that his form's gone?
I don't know. It's just a good question. He hasn't got out of the gate, too, as well. Maybe the trainer change will help.
JJ's Joker, Wayne Potts barn.
Horse taking a little bit of money. Wayne Potts got a win earlier in the day.
Yeah, good for him. And then honorary degree. He's faced some good company, including Grey Wing, couple starts back. He's a 10-time winner.
Yeah, and a horse that comes from a little bit out of it, so they're thinking that there should be some speed on in here with the 7 at 7-2.
Late pick 5. Pool up and over 53,000. You can play it right here. Naira Bets, get a $25 free bet. With that code right there, Derby25. And that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Right there at nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the classics to come. So here he is, speed from the rail. Neuschwanstein, it was Kender Carmouche aboard for that gate-to-wire win last start. It will be Manny Franco aboard this afternoon. 3 for 18 lifetime. That was for non-winners of 3 life. So a little bit tougher company today, but looks like he's going to be the one by himself in front again.
Yeah, so I think he's, like you said, tougher company, but he's got the pace advantage. So I think they even each other out, right? This was the non-winners of 3, like Greg said, so none of the horses had won 3 races at this time. He just collected his 3rd win. Now he's going to be facing horses with 10-time winners, 8-time winners like a Tetsu. But those horses are a little bit older, and when you look at the 2, he's still 5. He's still young compared to this field, and he's got a pace advantage. Can he hold off some of these veterans coming down the lane?
Let's head downstairs to Sarah.
I agree that the number 2 Neuschwanstein does look like the early speed in here, and we'll see if he can go back to back, though I do think that he is running into some tougher company as well, but he might be meeting them at the right time for him to take advantage. Instructions seem to be simple for him to just go from that inside position with Manny Franco climbing aboard, and we'll see if he can take this field gate to wire in here, but ultimately he is favored in doubles and he's likely to end up going off as your favorite. I have no problems with him. He is on my now defunct pick 6 ticket, and I did have some coverage in here as well, as I thought this was a pretty open group because it just is a question mark whether or not you trust that Tetsu's going to return to some prior form off of that bad last performance. But a horse that's been in very good form is the remaining half of the entry, and one that has been able to have some close positional speed as well, and that's the number 1A Brewpub, who had run well over his past couple of starts, finishing 3rd last time out against some class-dropping company in He's My Honey Badger as well as Amundsen. A second 3 starts ago for him as well. It was going the 7 furlong distance over a wet track, and he's been a little bit more forward over his last couple of races, so I wonder if they're going to try similar tactics again with him today, as there isn't really a lot of other confirmed speed in this race because, as Paul and Greg have mentioned, the number 5 Aberdeen has lost some of that early speed that we were accustomed to seeing from him. Ultimately, I did end up on the number 7 Honorary Degree, a horse that's just also been keeping some consistent good form. He drops back down in class to the level where he was claimed 2 starts ago, so he's going second off the claim here, and he's just shown a propensity to outrun his odds on a couple of occasions, hitting the board and having those in-the-money finishes against some decent company. So he's one that you can rely on to show up and run his race, as he has over his last several starts. Didn't hit the board last time, but we did see Quick Hammer and High Tide, the horses that finished 2nd and 3rd in that start, come back to do good things on the racetrack, both improving slightly in their next start. Quick Hammer winning that next race. And the start before that, a 3rd place finish at a price behind Grey Wing and Baracho, the horse who did win that next start of his on March 29th. So he's one that now has had a little bit of time in this barn, should be able to sit close enough without needing to be up and on that early pace. And I'm just hoping that he gets into a good position, finds his rhythm, and is able to finish at this 7 furlong distance at a little bit of a price. Greg?
5-1 right now from the second to the outside slot. Sarah, thank you, Honorary Degree. So I would, it's tough. Looking at the double in the pick 3, it's probably going to be Neuschwanstein who's favored when the gates open, but that gap is certainly closed.
Yeah, it's closing a little bit. I would think the 2 goes off of your favorite. The 4 is going to be tepid second choice in here. Tetsu, and like, you got to draw a line through that last start with Tetsu. You got to draw a line through a lot of last starts in here, except the 2. And I think that's why a lot of the public is kind of sticking to the 2, because if the 2 gets the front end and keeps on going pretty easily, he can definitely win this race. That's why someone needs to put some pressure on him early. I do think Tetsu can sit that like little stalking trip in here and might be able to, and then he could maybe turn it into a 2-horse race.
Now, Neuschwanstein got a big assist when the 1 came out, the other real primary speed in this race. So we'll see if Manny can nurse this one along on the front end, as Kendrick Carmouche did last time out. But look, rail's fine. I mean, that's where he wants to be. Just break clean and go.
Yeah, but it seemed like in the last race, a lot of people were way out in the middle of the racetrack. Christopher Elliott came up the rail, so I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, I'm with you. You got the rail, you got the inside. I think you're going here, and I think Manny knows that too as well.
Moving to the Brad Cox barn for the first time, Neuschwanstein looking for his 4th career win. He'll try and do it on the front end. Pick 5 starts here. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Honorary Degree. Brewpub. Brewpub, last to load. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Off a step slow was Tetsu, the early trailer. Speed from in between horses. Aberdeen is right there, is now put a nose in front, and Brewpub towards the outside is ready to challenge in those red blinkers. Brewpub is under a snug hold here and worked along towards the inside as Aberdeen is trying to keep up. They're 1-2. Just settling off of them as JJ's Joker is now 3rd. Broom at the rail, and moving on through is Neuschwanstein. Wants to move up closer and will. As taken back is going to be Aberdeen, is all the way back to 5th. Got shuffled back there as they work up the backstretch through a 23-1 opening quarter mile. The leader is Brew Pub, who's a half length in front. JJ's Joker towards the outside of stalking second. At the rail, there's Neuschwanstein, and here comes Honorary Degree. It starts to rally on with Tetsu. Tailing off there was Aberdeen, as now the trailer is about 6 or 7 lengths at the back end of the field. The leader is Brew Pub, but they're swarming this leader from every direction. At the rail, here comes Neuschwanstein, is trying to muscle on through here. Ground-saving journey. JJ's Joker is in hand. It's these three across the racetrack here as they reach the top of the stretch, and JJ's Joker sprints for home. Tetsu is now unleashed down the center of the racetrack. At the rail is Neuschwanstein. Can JJ's Joker and Dylan Davis get there? A furlong left to go. Tetsu is ready to challenge towards the outside. JJ's Joker is very game. JJ's Joker just keeps on going. JJ's Joker, the longest shot in the field, wins it. JJ's Joker over Tetsu. Then came Brew Pub and Neuschwanstein in 1 minute 23-4.
JJ's Joker, this was an inflated price on this horse. It was 6-1 morning line.
Well, the horse hadn't won in a while. Last win was what, in October, but my God, this horse level out. Dylan Davis just had a load of horse, and bye-bye right here at 13-1. I'm going to try it. You ready? Congratulations to owner Jason Boonsraj. Did I get close? It's not a practical joke. And we talk about all these 9-year-olds, this and that. The 5-year-old gets it done. And Tetsu ran tremendous. He's a little high-headed in the lane, but he got left in the gate, had a bad beginning, but a good start, or to the pick 6 in here. We'll go back to the start, or to the pick 5, but we'll go back to the start.
It's like the 1A, by the way, gets third, but it's close. Keep your eyes. Well, you said the 4 didn't get out great, but what happens with the 2, and where's that speed we were expecting to see from Neuschwanstein?
The 4 broke with his head up, and you can see Manny's asking the 2, and he just can't get to the front end, or is he really not really pushing? He's not really pushing, Greg, huh? Guess not.
Strange.
Yeah.
I would expect to see him in front in here, not the case. JJ's Joker, meanwhile, takes advantage. Dylan Davis. Wayne Potts a couple of wins today now after that slow start to the meet.
Yeah.
Good for him to turn things around.
He had so many seconds and thirds. I want to say like 50 or 60 seconds and thirds. He was talking about getting off the Schneid. He got a couple today.
6-4, 1A2. Wayne Potts barn with a couple of wins on this Thursday card, and this is a big upset in this pick 6 carryover. 13-1 shot. Who I don't know if this horse is going to be played quite that big in the pick 6, because this horse was 6-1 morning line.
Yeah, I get it, but I think still when you get 13-1, that's nice to have, because it looked like this could be very chalky, because everybody's going to try to get to the 6 horse in the last race for Brad Cox. You beat that horse, you're going to get paid in this. So, I mean, it does not matter what happens from here out. You got your 13-1. The next race is tough as can be. Then you might get, obviously, those 2 horses, the 5 and 6. Then you get to that last race where the significant horse, the 6th in there for Brad Cox, is going to be the ultimate lowest payoff. If you can find someone else in there that can beat that horse, you're going to get paid.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to you for, what, about an hour, and you're back reporting later?
Yes.
Andy stepping back on the desk with me here in just a moment. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with the late pick 4 right after this. And he made the move to the East Coast to be on better horses and pick up some awards, and it's come true for the man of the hour here, Flavian Pratt, one of the elite riders in our sport. Stay with us.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4.
Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants.
Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
$120,000. $100,000 to the back.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Sun shining. And so you see that green there. Yeah, turf courses have been unveiled. They're going to be in action very, very soon here as we welcome Andy Serling back.
I feel like I was here a little while ago.
It was a dream.
Yeah, I was dreaming, but I'm here with you.
That's a dream come true for you.
It really, for anybody. I think it's
Andy was on earlier. Yeah, round 2. Thank you for coming back. JJ's Joker, 13-1 upset here in this Pick 6 carryover.
I'll tell you something. If the favorite hadn't gotten up in race number 3, and then JJ's Joker won, we would be hanging precariously close to having a carryover in what seemed like a pretty logical Pick 6 situation. And the best decision I've made so far today was not to put in a ticket, because I would be dead.
Little difficult to get to this one here. Dylan Davis, Wayne Potts' second win.
He's been due
on this Thursday card. Good for him. But not the way, obviously not the outcome many expected here, but just not run the way most expected it was going to be run.
Yeah, yes. Well, especially with Neuschwanstein not getting an aggressive ride in here, I am surprised by this result. I'll say that. I mean, it's not a horse I considered, not a horse I bet on, but he got the job done.
There's Dylan Davis on board again for Wayne Potts, and career win number 4 for this 5-year-old son of Practical Joke. So this a big upset in this carryover in the Pick 6, not to mention the Pick 5. And we've got a long way to go still. We'll see what happens going forward.
I agree. No, this horse throws a monkey wrench into it.
We thought it was a lock. This Pick 6 gets hit today, and now we're not so sure.
And close to being really not sure. Very close.
Race 5, start of the Pick 4. It's a $32,000 claiming race, 6 furlong sprint, 4-year-olds and up. What do you do with Mariachi, who's been very good in really every one of his races? Huge drop for the comeback now as a 5-year-old.
And I wonder a little about that, showing the recent good work of 47-3. It's almost like making sure somebody claims him. Now, I imagine somebody will for $32,000, but I'm just not inclined to take a horse coming off of a 5-month layoff that's capable of running buyers and has in the last start in the 90s, dropping in for $32,000. There's a big claim me sign on this horse. He may win, but I'm going to go elsewhere.
Let's look ahead to the weekend coming up at Oaklawn. Again, our crew will be live on site with coverage of Oaklawn Handicap weekend. Grade 2 in that older horse division, $1.25 million purse for these 4-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 miles. And First Mission, trained by Brad Cox, just missed against a couple of those he was favored over in his comeback as a 5-year-old. The man aboard, the man we're going to tell you about right now. He was the dominant rider on the West Coast. And then Flavian Pratt decided to make a move east to better position him to ride top horses and to win top honors. It was a big and potentially risky move, but Pratt has more than risen to the moment.
French jockey Flavian Pratt has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to New York in the spring of 2022.
Flight line is in full flight. Wet pink surging under Flavian Pratt. National treasure and Flavian Pratt.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of rider and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Pratt.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Pratt's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Vasilika strolls home in the Royal Heroine.
By 2019, Pratt had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
He has reached the top of the mountain in the sport, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. Well-deserved after the incredible 2024 Flavian Pratt had. Here's a look at his mounts on Saturday. First Mission, Brad Cox. Instant replay for that barn as well. And he'll ride Quantum in the Valley of the Vapors. First Mission came up a neck short in his 5-year-old return in that Grade 3 Razorback.
I thought he hung like a chandelier last time, to be honest with you. I know it was a day in a race that was very speed-dominated, especially in the 2-turn races. Maybe it worked against him. I'm not his biggest fan, and frankly, I think that Skippy Longstocking should be and will be favored at post time. He has run some good races, though, in the past, but he's been kind of unreliable, and a horse that's just kind of disappointed when it really mattered, A
couple of huge races back-to-back last year, winning the Essex at Oaklawn. One of them came at Oaklawn, by the way, at 1 1/8 miles. And then on that wet track in the alley, Sheba at Churchill, Interesting to see with that race back under his belt now if he does take a move forward. Skippy Longstocking looks like he's going to be awfully tough.
He's a pretty cool horse, Skippy Longstocking, and he's delivered, and he delivered big in this race last year. I prefer him over First Mission. I'm not sure if I have any particularly clever ideas in this race. It looked fairly logical to me.
And surprising, he's been a really cool story at this meet. Banishing, who probably is one of, if not, I know this sprinter for Steve Asmussen has emerged winning the Count Fleet. He's one of the best sprinters, though, not only at Oaklawn, probably in the country, but they've managed to get him to win going longer, but 1 1/8 seems to be stretching it.
You wonder, but he's answered every question for David Jacobson. He's not my cup of tea, but I can't argue with you, Greg. He's run 4 straight triple-digit buyers. He's been a raging for him, and if he continues this way and hails the 1 1/8, he's a player. But I think this is just a tougher spot, especially with a horse like Skippy Longstocking in here.
That's coming up, part of our Saturday coverage. Again, Lafitte, Mig, Maggie, Acacia, all on hand from Hot Springs this weekend. Again, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Can he gain some momentum into the spring? He's been riding very strong. Romero Mirage looking to keep things going as the weather turns and turf racing right around the corner.
Of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sun shining here in South Ozone Park, New York. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. We have a race we just talked about this weekend, big one on the older horse division coming up at Oaklawn, that Oaklawn Handicap. So time to put you to the test. You ready?
I'm ready. I meant to look up previous Oaklawn Park handicap winners so I could be closer. Oh, this is obvious.
11-time winner, $1.56 million in earnings. Here you go. Pause for a moment. You'll get it from here.
Well, I assume this is Temperance Hill.
Got it.
I wonder if
what gave it away for you? The Belmont Travers?
Belmont Travers and Jockey Club, and I'm thinking about John and Anthony, having him down there. I was at the Belmont Stakes when he paid $100 when he won in the mud, beating Rock Hill Native and Genuine Risk, who ran very well to be third, actually, that day. She actually ran really well in all the Triple Crown races that year, but he got it done. He won the Travers, and Greg, I will tell you that starting in 1975, when Wadrum won the Travers, and I was there, he beat Media, his Travers is the only Travers that I missed. Because I had to go to college for freshman orientation early. I still look back on that as one of the saddest days of my life.
Yeah, that's a bad. That makes you think you probably shouldn't have gone to
My
college.
mother had to sneak into my room and drug me to get me into the car to get me to leave Saratoga with like 8 racing or 10 racing days left. It was a very unhappy moment for me. Yes, I was very bitter. Still am.
And now, we just talked about these connections, having that tremendous filly, quiet side, homebred for John and Anthony, short-leaf stable.
Major player going up to the Kentucky Oaks. She's one of the ones, isn't she?
No, indeed. No question she is, as we take a look at the class dropper mariachi coming up in here for John Kimmel, coming back for the 5-year-old return, hasn't raced since November 9th, in a big effort in defeat. Legitimate stumble out of the gate. Runs a 93 buyer to run second behind a Luminero. Ran huge in this race, but now the big drop down.
Feels like they're looking to get him claimed. Maybe they want to run him in a race he can win and get him claimed, but he's not a horse that I am going to bet at a short price. But obviously he can win.
He's quick. He's really, with the exception of the one time they tried him long in the Albany, he's never run a bad race.
No, he's a solid racehorse, and he should be sitting outside cold as hell inside of him. And if that one doesn't go, he gets loose in the lead. It's a question of whether or not you think he's going to come back. If he comes back and runs his race, he's going to win.
He is 7-5 for the return, I would think. Or do you think that's just scaring too many away? There's going to be a pretty hefty claim box here for him.
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I think there'll be the number of claims for him. I don't think there'll be an overflow, but 32 is a number that people will pay for him. I don't know. What is the over-under? 4.5?
Sounds fair.
I don't know. I'm not great at reading those things.
Take over on that.
Really? I'll find out.
Here's Spun and One. Rick Dutrow Jr. barn, Romero Mirage. He was just third behind the hottest new sensation sprinter in the country, Crazy Mason, 2 starts ago.
Yeah, then he got it done over Disarmed and Concord Spirit. Concord Spirit, who was third in here, came back and improved his buyer figure 3 points in a subsequent win. I think he's a very dangerous horse in good form for Rick Dutrow. He's got back form to back it up. Rick's numbers off of wins in dirt races are not that strong, suggesting they're not always coming back and running the numbers, but good trainer, good horse, and he's the logical other horse. So I took Gunnett. I'm not taking Gunnett at 5-2 in this race. I'm surprised that he's the second choice.
Spun and One looking for a 6th career win. Romero Mirage on board for that win last start. Gets the return call here, and now look as they get set for this post parade here. Mariachi is even money for the return.
Yeah, even money seems a little odd on this horse, doesn't it?
I mean, if he's close to what he was, it's probably a gift.
A lot of questions to be answered. These are not my kind of horses, not that he can't win.
Here's Cold as Hell, the other speed to the inside. Wayne Potts, can he get a third today?
Wayne Potts on fire. Finally, the numbers are catching up after all those seconds, but he's going to have Mariachi in all likelihood breathing down his neck.
Mariachi, here he is, short price with Kinder Carmouche.
Listen, his good race, you say, make him a very likely winner of this race, but whether or not he runs it is a completely different story.
Dangerous Ride, 14-1, just claimed, off of the Cantermachi barn.
Yeah, this one's a little tough to take in this spot because even the best races are probably not good enough.
Spun and One, we just talked about coming off that win for Rick Dutrow Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the very logical horse. I'm shocked that he's the third choice, not the second choice. I imagine by post time he will be the second choice.
And Gunnett outside, second off the claim. Manny Franco rides blinkers on.
Was over his head off the claim last time, goes back to a more realistic spot. I picked him in this race as an alternative.
So even money favored, it's the 3 Mariachi looking for career win number 5. Now he dips down to odds on.
Wow.
For more, let's go to Sarah.
And the red flags are all out for Mariachi, who has to show that he's coming back at a competitive level and can return to some of his prior races. Because if you go back on the page in his past performances, he has a plethora of efforts that make him an easy winner in a spot like this. But then you start to wonder why the drop in class as well as the time off. I think that all of us share that consensus feeling of trying to beat him in a spot like this, because if he was going to come back with one of those same races, then would make sense for him to be running in a tougher spot than he is today, though certainly could prove us all wrong and just get the job done here. But at 4 to 5, I'm going elsewhere, just like Greg and Andy. I did want to touch on the number 2, Cold as Hell, going out for Wayne Potts, who's already won 2 on the day. His last race at 87 Buyer speed figure, finishing 3rd behind Bermudo and Seas Get Degrees. And then the start before that, just keeping some good company and running into the very in-form Garuvan as well, finishing 4th. And there has plenty of that early speed, and he's the one that's likeliest to go show some early foot, though Mariachi certainly not slow towards his outside either. And I guess that if you're looking for somebody that's a logical contender at a fair enough price, he does seem like the one now with all the money that Gunnett is taking towards the outside, who did seem intriguing to me as well, but as a second choice, a little bit less so. Ultimately, I did land on the number 5, Spun and One, trying to win back-to-back for Rick Dutrow Jr. in here. His last 2 races do just fit in a spot like this. I think that he ran well at a big price to finish 3rd behind Crazy Mason in his start 2 back, even if he was a little bit with the racetrack and saving that ground towards the inside. And we'll see if he can pair those win efforts back-to-back. I just thought that he was one that's proven that he doesn't need the lead to be successful, has the recency edge, has the consistent numbers, and just seems like the very logical other horse. Greg?
7-2 right now, Spun and One. We'll see if he can go back-to-back for the Dutrow Jr. barn. Meanwhile, outside, let's go to Gunnett and Oscar Barrera with this horse here now. Second start off the claim with Manny Franco on the 7.
Oscar Barrera's been having a good year, 5 for 30 so far, and doing well so far. Just this horse was just over his head in his race off the claim. Drops down the level he was claimed from. He's trying to get a mile that day. Gets a good outside post. I think he's a very logical alternative, as does the public, to the number 3 as he's second choice. Spun and One right now seems a little chilly on the board, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Yeah, 7-2.
I thought he would be the clear-cut second choice in here, didn't you? He's barely shorter than the 2. Cold as hell.
Probably, I haven't looked at it. I'll pull it up right now, but it's probably going to change.
I can look. What the multi-race bets say? I think it's a good question because I'm going to now have to bet Gunnett if he goes up to.
Gunnett's second choice in the double.
All right.
And he is second choice in the pick 3.
Pick 3s are barely over Spun. We're very close.
Yeah.
But you're right about the Mariachi being a gigantic favorite in the pick 3.
This just had me perplexed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I feel as a player you're probably supposed to bet against the favorite in this race. Whether or not you have the winner, that's another story.
This horse is just, I've been a huge fan of this horse. He's so talented. He did have a complete, legitimate, tough stumble out of the gate in that effort. The horse that beat him ran a 98 Buyer Illuminaire in that victory.
Oh, I'm not. Now, he's never really run that number before or after, but it was a fast race. He did run well that day, but he's not a horse that's lived up to that number. I think he came back 1 or 2 times and did not run particularly well.
But Mariachi has lived up to. He's been consistently, as we said, with the exception of the time they really tried him along in the Albany, he shows up.
No argument for me.
So there must be the case of, do you think they just... They're fine with them. They've won their money and say, hey, let's.
I don't know. Maybe. It's always possible. But for me, a horse that's capable of running that fast makes his first start off a layoff. He's not running for 50,000. He's running for 32. They clearly want to move on.
So 4 to 5. We'll see how aggressive Kendrick Carmouche is with him because he is quick early, but so is Cold as Hell just to his inside. Those two are the ones that are going to battle for the lead on the front end, which would be welcome news for this horse, who can be forward going maybe a touch longer, but more one that can sit off the base. But blinkers go on today, probably be sitting right behind those 2 up front.
Yeah, I think he's not as fast as the 2 and 3, but it's the good thing about drawing an outside post for Manny Franco is he drops down to 5-2. The horse that surprises me, and I'll look at the morning line. I am surprised that the 5 is not the second choice in this race. He was he was this clear-cut second choice in the morning line, and especially the scratch of Acoustic Avenue, the one who was third choice. But he's a clear-cut second choice. He's a little cold in the board, and they're betting the 7. We'll see if that means anything.
There's Ramiro Mirage. Soaks a Sandy Goldfarb for the Dutch Road Junior Barn 7-year-old who has been first or second 10 of 29 career starts, including 5 wins, including last time out for condition $50,000 claiming. We'll see if Mariachi, the big drop, 5-year-old return on the 3.
And will there be another weird result in the pick 6? Because Mariachi's obviously one that's got to be singled on quite a few tickets, though I don't know if the small tickets are even alive after the last race, right?
Likely no after JJ's Joker. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off, and off in a tangle there was Dangerous Ride. It's the early trailer already about 6 lengths at the back of the field. Cold as Hell's got speed. It's Cold as Hell right to the front, and now is alone, is up by a clear length and a half. Stalking from second's going to be Spun N1, and there's Gun It towards the outside is in third. Mariachi as well settled is in fourth, and trying to catch up with the field now is Dangerous Ride, who is off slowly as they work into the far turn. 22.56 for the opening quarter mile, and Cold as Hell, Christopher Elliott just sprinting away. Cold as Hell is alone on the lead. The rest are chasing now, and Spun N1 is encouraged to keep up and Gun It towards the outside from third. Mariachi is not picking him up yet. It's Cold as Hell who approaches a quarter mile left to go, and Cold as Hell is going to hug the rail and kick away. Cold as Hell is trying to fend off the charge of Spun N1, who starts to rally mildly. Gun It towards the outside. Mariachi just not making up any ground. Cold as Hell is inside the final furlong, has a 16th left to go. Wayne Potts is going to have a big Thursday. Picks up another training victory. Cold as Hell, a front-running score. Gun It up for second over Spun N1 in 1 minute 9.90 seconds.
Cold as Hell, another upset here, 5-1, 3-win Thursday, Wayne Potts, and we'll have to go back to the start to take a look at this race, what happened out of the gate, because that changed everything.
Wayne Potts was Cold as Hell, 7 for 120 plus coming in today, and has now won 3 of the first 5 races. The number 3 just didn't break that well, Mariachi, just a little bit slow, and from there, Kendrick really kind of took a hold when behind horses in the air, but I'm going to be honest with you, Mariachi was never running a step in this race. There's a reason he was claimed. Whoever gets him is probably hoping that claim is voided.
That allowed this horse to be all alone on the front end and basically handed this victory on a silver platter.
And there was one claim in for him, actually, so it was the under.
Wow.
Yeah. Never ran a step in this race, and Cold as Hell. He was a winner every step of the way. And this is a fast race. I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but suddenly the Wayne Potts horses are running well.
I would say so, yeah. 3 wins through 5 on the Thursday card.
And not exactly short prices at that. And this is going to change the complexion of the Big 6. And I'll tell you something. If that 5 horse hadn't got up in the first leg, we'd be very close to the likely carryover. Even with the heavy favorite in the last.
7, 5, 3. Christopher Elliott, 3-win day. Wayne Potts barn, who'd been struggling all meet long, is completely turned things around. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll tell you about a program that has been around since 1992, rehabilitating, retraining, and rehoming retired racehorses, placing more than 9,000 in adoptive homes. Stay with us.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker, but they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, and another upset, a barn that had been no longer cold as hell. 3 wins through 5 races on this Thursday card for Wayne Potts.
Christopher Elliott must have thought he was going to have Mariachi on his flank. He looked over, he wasn't there, and he thought, this is good.
Indeed. And the other speed nowhere in sight.
Kendrick took a hold as soon as he broke closely, and as I know people noted, watched the race live. The 3 got a little rank behind horses, but he never ran a step, so I don't know what to say. There was one claim for him.
So cold as hell, first win since November 23rd on a sloppy sealed track here at Aqueduct. Wins for the 6th time in his 7-year-old career for Photo's finish. And wins 3rd off the claim for Wayne Potts here. 13-20, pick 3. Halfway home here in the pick 6 carryover. $209 for a $1 wager.
No, this is not easy. It's going to come down. I'll tell you, the 5 or 6 don't. If one of the 5 or 6 don't win this race, I think there's a real chance we have
or the 8 and the last,
today.
or the 6 and the last.
Obviously, the 6 and the last hinges, but the 5 and 6, I know. I'm not exactly sure why Lost in Rome is taking all his money. Oh, he's taking all his money because it's Wayne Potts, and there's an assumption by players right now that you just have to bet every Wayne Potts whether the PPs look good or not, and I kind of understand that feeling.
So going into this race, 20 claiming group, mile and an eighth seemed like on paper a 2-horse race with the 5 margin of error, the 6 Bold Endeavor. Bold Endeavor was the morning line even money favorite, 9-year-old. Who had put together back-to-back wins at this distance before he just went way too long at a mile and 3/8 last time out. It is the oldest and largest racehorse adoption program in the country. New Vocations is a leader in finding homes for retired thoroughbreds, placing more than 500 equine athletes in new homes each and every year.
The ex-race horses that come to North Country Horses are allowed to relax after their race careers and are then brought along slowly to point to a new job.
We let the horses tell us what they might want to do.
In the case of standard-bred Call Me Kinger, Amanda Vance thinks he could do anything from pleasure riding to hunter classes at horse shows.
It doesn't matter if he goes to a show home or a pleasure home, as long as he is well cared for and loved in that home.
The gelding's education is being supported by Chelsea O'Reilly of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, which is also known as TRF. O'Reilly grew up driving horses and now uses her skills to transition both trotters and thoroughbreds to second careers. O'Reilly loves seeing the 2 organizations working together to help 2 kinds of horses.
By having a facility close to Saratoga, showcasing 2 sides of Aftercare at one facility, that everybody can work together to rising tide raises all ships. So, and to be able to pick each other's brains about how to succeed and really showcase how New York is supporting Aftercare.
TRF and New Vocations are among many Aftercare organizations supported by the New York State Thoroughbred Breeding Fund, which has provided more than $1 million in the past decade to aftercare groups in the state. This thoroughbred was adopted by Amanda Vance from the New York Horsemen's Take the Lead program. Amanda allows volunteers as well as students to ride her gelding. The day of our visit, we met 2 students from local high schools which offer vocational training for the equine industry. We watched Hudson Falls senior Shaylin Perry give Small Town Throwdown his first post-track ride.
Well, we've been working on him with lunging, desensitizing, getting a saddle on him, just grooming him, getting him used to off-track life, and then trying to get him used to having a saddle and a rider now.
Next time, Shaylin grabs his mane and swings her leg over his back.
Good boy.
Good boy. It's pretty exciting to see how kindly King accepts his rider and her guidance.
Good boy.
You're so smart.
Vance and O'Reilly agree that racetrack experience helps make retraining go much more smoothly.
They are versatile, they can do anything, and they've been everywhere. They have truck, they have trailer, they see the vet, they see the farrier. They are so well-minded for their age bracket that they can go on to any career.
When you adopt a horse from our program, you're actually helping 2 horses. So you've adopted him out of our program, and that makes room for the next horse to come in.
Well, pretty incredible what they do. Again, to date, over 9,000 horses have found new homes through new vocations, including this guy who you might be familiar with, who had just an incredible performance in the toboggan for David Dugen, drafted.
I was always a fan of this horse, and David did a great job with him, and it really paid off. David's got a lot more horses, and he's doing well with them, and drafted a cool horse racing, and he's a cool horse in his new career as well.
Good for him. Some great horses that need homes, and so many great foundations out there like New Vocations, one of several doing that work to find new homes for our equine athletes. We appreciate them.
Yep.
We're going to get into the 6th coming up when we come back. We're 18 minutes to post. In the late pick 3, we've had a little bit minor chaos to this point.
No.
Certainly some.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll be back. Todd Pletcher, he will be represented in the 151st running of this year's Kentucky Derby and the lightly raced and on the improve Grande. Talk more about his chances that first Saturday in May when we come back.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
as they come into the final furlong. Looking at Lee is making a bid now through on the inside up into second. Always Dreaming with a 2.5 length lead at 16th to go. Looking at Lee is second. Then comes Battle of Midway, Classic Empire. They're coming to the line, and the dream comes true. Always Dreaming has won the Kentucky Derby.
Those two Derby victories for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, finally breaking through with Super Saver and then Always Dreaming in 2017, giving him one more.
Todd can't complain when it rains on Derby Day.
Not at all.
I bet Icebox. I'm still a little bitter about that.
Good second. Well, he'll be back in the Derby picture this year with lightly raced Grande. He's coming off a runner-up finish behind Rodriguez in the Wood Memorial, and Rodriguez got to do it every step of the way in front on his own.
Rodriguez is a Jekyll and Hyde horse. He's a very good horse and he can control, and not very good when he can't. And there certainly looks like there's speed in the race. He is the most forward, though, of the Baffords. I thought Grande ran extremely well in finishing second here. I was very impressed by him. And as of now, I consider him a major player in this Derby.
So this will be start number 4 of his career.
I like how he never gave up. He just kept running, didn't break that well. He was wide the whole way. I thought it was a very good effort by him.
And you would think, too, he's not going to be chasing a lone speed in the Kentucky Derby, so he'd get a better setup in here. And pedigree-wise, we never know until they do it, but longer may be better.
Yeah, it seems like he has pedigree to handle it. And he showed in that race he could run effectively without the lead. Before that, he wasn't a speed, but he's always been forward. So he is a horse that probably doesn't rate to be compromised by pace, even if it doesn't get as fast as it appears it might. I thought he was a very interesting horse going forward. But he'll, like everyone, have to deal with journalism in this race, who is the horse to beat.
Yeah, no question. He is going to be the favorite on Kentucky Derby Day. We're going to take a timeout. We will talk Kendrick Carmouche when we return. Just the other week, career milestone, 4,000 wins. Crowd went wild here, celebrating the moment with him. And now onward and upwards to the next milestone for Mr. Louisiana. He'll be on Margin of Error, 9 to 5, current favorite here in the 6th.
Over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime, with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. Thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
And the stage is set in the Travers. Bernardini has turned back. Bluegrass Cat at the 8th pole. Bernardini is pouring it on, and he's pulling away. Bluegrass Cat has been left in his wake. And on the outside, Dr. Pleasure, he's an old salt. Bernardini, brilliant once again.
The brilliant Bernardini reeled off 6 wins in a row, 5 of them graded stakes before a runner-up finish in the Breeders' Cup Classic to Invasor.
Yeah, he should have won that. And I say that, having made money because Invasor won. They moved too soon with Bernardini in the Classic. One of the real regrets I have for horses, I'm never going to understand why this horse was retired after his 3-year-old year. I mean, he's really the best dirt horse in this country that Godolphin ever had. He ran in Darley then. And actually, I believe one of the reasons that all the horses run in Godolphin Silks, you don't see Darley anymore, is because of Bernardini. I think the Sheik was annoyed that he kept running in those Darley Silks. Godolphin was considered the upper echelon at that point, with South Elkhorn being their claiming arm. Bernardini, a very good horse. I felt like we were robbed not seeing him as a 4-year-old, because he could have been
Pretty
real
special.
one of the good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have a son of Bernardini, 9-year-old son of Bernardini in this race coming up, and that's our current favorite, Bold Endeavor, the 6, who was the even money favorite Morning Line in his last 2 tries at 1 mile and 1/8. He was a winner in both by more than 10 lengths combined.
He might be one of the best Bernardinis still running. Bernardini, a very good dam sire, but he has not been as effective as a sire, though they did the mistake of breeding him to a lot of horses they ran in the grass.
Well, 2 back, this is what he did for 40,000 claiming at 1 mile and 1/8, and he's only in for 20 today. He easily handled this field.
Yeah, he's run some fast races. His last race, obviously, not a good effort by him, but that was a 1 mile and 3/8 race. I don't want to hold it against him. I think I picked the 5 in this race, but to me it's a coin flip, and I think you felt similarly, Greg.
I did. Tough to decide between those 2. Margin of Error, Linda Rice, second off the claim, and there's Bold Endeavor. 8-5 is your current favorite. So here's Margin of Error. Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice claimed this one, put in for 50 last start. Distant third in a tough 50 claiming race. Run and Ray's in very good form right now.
Yeah, he managed to a buzzsaw and Run and Ray. Second off a little bit of a freshening, just 3 months, and has the back races. But there's a worry. This horse was claimed for 62.5, ran back for 50 off the freshening, and now in for 20. So there are some questions with this horse for sure.
So those 2 will dominate the board. But as you said, the key thing to kind of keep your eyes on, and well, even the 2 taking money, though. But Lost in Rome and the day Wayne Potts is having, that barn, 3 wins already today. And this Lost in Rome, 8-1 Morning Line, 3-1 right now.
This horse wins. I'm betting every Wayne Potts horse the rest of the week, because this is a tough horse to like in here. And why there's money, it's early, but I don't know why any money's coming in on Boss Making Boss Moves. He can't beat these horses unless both the 5 and 6 don't show up. By post time, the 5 and 6 will have separated themselves from the field.
Yeah, I mean, as we can understand the 3 with the day that man right there is having, Wayne Potts.
Right.
Can't quite understand the money on the 2.
No, but it is early. I think there's a lot more money to come in the pool, and I think we'll see as we get closer. There'll be much bigger prices. Looking at multi-race bets, the 5 and 6 are much shorter than everybody else in here.
So 3-1, Dylan Davis will ride Lost in Rome for the hottest trainer, at least today.
He's the hottest trainer in America on April 17th.
And
listen,
after those 2 wins early, you knew a horse he had, named Cold as Hell, was probably a likely winner.
It is funny. He has him, a horse that Wayne Lucas, I believe, had up. Do you have him in Saratoga? Cold as Hell. I know he came here in Saratoga. Yes, Wayne had him when he was winning at Saratoga.
Yeah, he won, I believe, race 5 at Saratoga, right?
4. No, race 3.
First or second?
He was second in race 5 in his first race in Saratoga.
Okay, so I had, how many horses were in that race?
9.
Yeah, I had 7 of the 9 to close a pick 5.
And you didn't have the first or second horse?
First or second all the way around the racetrack. I didn't have him.
I think they were like 40-1, and this horse was 15-1. And the winner was from Finger Lakes at a huge price.
It's a painful ending to a pick 5 for me that had gone so great. The first 4, that's how this
It's
sport
got to go
work.
great for 5. Going good. It reminds me of a story that somebody was complaining to a friend of mine that he lost in Omaha with the second best hand. And my friend said, I play a lot of Omaha, and the second best hand's not a good hand.
Boss making boss moves, still taking money from the inside here.
He likes the 1 mile and 1/8, but he's just not good enough to beat these.
Lost in Rome. Can Wayne Potts make it 4 on the day?
Well, he has back form, and maybe Wayne's got the magic touch today. He'll need it.
10-time winner. Margin of Error, second off the claim, Linda Rice.
And this one should be in front for Kendrick. Kendrick needs to be aggressive here.
Next door, Bold Endeavor, whose last 2 starts at this distance, he was a winner.
Yeah, no, he's the one to beat.
Manny Franco, right. He was aboard for that last effort at 1 1/8, dominant 4 3/4 length win. And Wild Banker on the outside at 16-1.
Yeah, he's just overmatched in this field. Even in here, he's a 16-1 in the 5-horse field. There will be separation as we get closer to post.
So 7 minutes to post here in this 6th on our Thursday card. Let's go to Sarah.
Race on paper, and we'll talk about those 2 horses with the number 5 Margin of Error up first. A horse that I agree with Andy. I think that he does need to be in front here if he has a shot of beating 6 Bold Endeavor. He has to get this 1/8 distance for the first time in his career, and he does project to be in front here, but there are some questions and concerns as he was claimed for a heftier claiming tag a couple of starts ago, and then he did show up in what was a very tough field for the level and now takes another drop in class. So certainly Linda Rice not afraid to move on from this horse if he does get claimed today after taking him for a higher price tag in the past. He was running into some tough company last time out, with Running Ray being in excellent form as of late and really showing that he still is, with a 2nd place finish in line with his other Beyer speed figures as of late the other day. So can't really fault him for finishing a well-beaten 3rd in there. And with an aggressive ride, he just seems like he could get the jump on a horse who is your current favorite in the number 6 Bold Endeavor, who has no problems with this distance, that's for sure. The 1 1/8, much to his liking, and he does get that slight cutback in distance from a 1 3/8 last time, where he didn't really do much running whatsoever, and he was bet a little bit that day, going off at 3-1. But if he runs back any of his race 2 back 3 starts ago, he's going to be very tough to beat in here. I ultimately did land on Margin of Error, just thinking that he would be ahead of Bold Endeavor, but if we do see somebody else upset this race, we could see some chaos in what has already been a difficult to string together pick 6 sequence. And if you don't see the 5 or 6 cross the finish line in first and end up being your winner here, I would feel as though very strongly we're headed for a double carryover, and we might be already. Greg?
So here's Kendrick. Margin of Error, Linda Rice, just the 2nd time trying this 1 1/8 distance, and things obviously did not go near his way. An incredibly tough company 2 back when he tried it for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the problem with him is not that he's not good enough, and he is supposed to be the controlling speed in here, is claimed for 62,000 back in December from Jamie Ness. Runs for 50, runs credibly, and now dropping in for 20. Now, maybe it's a case where Linda's saying, and this is what Linda does well, she does well with these drop downs. She has good numbers overall when she drops down, or at least decent numbers. But it's always a concern when you claim for that much and you make this kind of drop. You know, is this a horse that's sort of damaged goods, right?
So 2-1. We expected these 2 to dominate the board. We did not expect to see the 2 and the 3. Look, we still got a little time.
I don't know.
The 2 and 3 are still much shorter than we ever expected.
And I kind of understand the money for the 3 because of the day that Wayne Potts is having. So I can understand that a little bit. I do not understand why anybody would look at the 2 and think this horse is good enough to win. First of all, it's claimed by a trainer that doesn't run many horses, and it's going from Manny Franco to a jockey that does not win like Manny Franco does. Also, this was a very weak field this horse was in last time, won at 6-5. It's a horse that's lucky to run a 70 Beyer.
He beat a horse who got scratched out of this group who was 20-1 morning line.
Right. I mean, the 5 and 6 are capable of running high 80 Beyers. So the only way this horse has any chance is if both the 5 and 6 completely fail to show up. Now, that's fine, but I'm not even sure this horse rates to beat the number 3 if both of those horses don't show up. I mean, if you like the 2, you're supposed to get at least 8-1 in this race. I really don't understand why this horse is taking money at this point, but there's a lot of things at the racetrack these days I don't understand.
Meanwhile, the hottest barn probably in the country the last couple of hours, Wayne
No
Potts.
question. I don't think anybody's won 3 so far at Keeneland today.
And they'll have Dylan Davis on the 3, lost in Rome. This one was no match for Bold Endeavor at 1 1/8.
He's got back form, though. You know, he has real back form that's good enough to get him at least close in this race, but his recent effort's been bad. But he, too, is dropping significantly. Wayne Potts' numbers dropping down significantly are not very good. But maybe all of that goes out the window today, right?
What are we looking at here?
I don't know. Bold Endeavor. Oh, this was the one we were supposed to show about 5 minutes ago.
Okay. So back-to-back wins at a mile and an eighth by over 11 lengths combined. And you said that last start, in your eyes, is it just a complete toss?
Well,
or is there some root?
You know, you talk about favorites, and the horse was 3-1, and the horse ran badly. But I think you can look at it and say a mile and 3/8 may have just been too far for him. But you never want to completely dismiss a race, but I think the excuse would be the distance. I'm going to be surprised if the 5 or 6 don't win this race. What can I tell you? I'm Joe Obvious here. My only surprise is these horses are not significantly shorter prices than the 2 and 3. That I don't understand at all. I don't understand it.
Well, nothing's really. Well, look, and we talked about the big question marks with Mariachi with the huge drop in class. And there were obviously red flags.
I didn't like Mariachi. I also didn't like Coltisel either, so it doesn't matter. I like the second horse.
If one of the speeds was not going to get out, that you certainly would have said, oh, well, I upgraded his chances quite a bit now.
I agree with that. That's fair. You would have thought Mariachi would at least be closer. He was so bad he couldn't even be closer. I mean, he didn't break that well when they put the brakes on, but still, he was bad. Not sure it made any difference at all the way Coltisel won.
So about to load for this 6th. And it's 8-5 favoritism on the 6th here, Bold Endeavor, this 9-year-old son of Bernardini, who was claimed off of Linda Rice, actually, for $20,000 back in early January. Since that time, back-to-back trips to the winner's circle for the Cantermachi barn.
What percentage of claiming races that we're running in New York have horse? What percentage of the runners those races were owned at one point in their last 10 starts by Linda Rice?
That's a good question.
Feels like it could be
high.
over 50%.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, it feels like in the claiming game, Linda's been involved. I don't know what we're waiting for here.
Yeah, this is strange. I'm not sure what the issue is here with all the horses lined up waiting behind that gate.
They wanted us to have a little chance to talk a little more about this race. I think we haven't had a real chance to get into all the nuances of this race. It looks like the video's frozen. It's not, but it looks like it's frozen.
Maybe.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. See if we can get any sort of update on what's happening. But in obviously a holding pattern here. And we even have, could it be a tote issue? Because we have the totes off the board up there.
I have absolutely no idea. Oh, that's interesting. Is that why we've seen no changes in the odds? I think you're right. I think there's a tote issue. That's a great call, Greg.
Well,
I'm going to look at the pool.
Have begun. One horse stepped in.
The pools are substantial.
Okay.
I mean, you know, they're somewhat in line. You know, you've got your $20,000 to win on the 5 and 6.
Not sure what's going on with the video board behind us.
Yes, it was the board because the 6 is even money. The 6 and 5 are now both even money, and the 2 is 8-1, and the 3 is 5-1. So we may be idiots, but we weren't completely wrong on what was actually going on.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's the 6th.
Wild Banker set to move forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off in today's 6th race. Margin of Error sprints right out towards the front. It's Margin of Error who's got the lead. And down towards the inside, Boss making boss moves is going to draft right in behind that leader. Margin of Error is in front. Having to steady briefly there was Lost in Rome, is now in behind Bold Endeavor, who's got some forward momentum, and the trailer is Wild Banker. They're working around the turn, and on the lead, it's Margin of Error. Margin of Error with a neck advantage. Right to the outside is Bold Endeavor and Manny Franco in pursuit. 24.76 for the opening quarter mile posted on your screen. And then comes Lost in Rome, who's just trying to get out of touch, is in third. A little tough to handle there out in the center of the racetrack. Down towards the inside, Boss making boss moves. Encouraged to move forward is Wild Banker. Doesn't want to lose touch with the field as they work up the backstretch. They're chasing Margin of Error. Margin of Error still with the advantage. Bold Endeavor's been there the entire journey. These two now head and head as they're approaching a half mile left to go. Posted 48-4. Half-mile time, Margin of Error is in front. It's Margin of Error who now takes him into the turn. Bold Endeavor has been right there. Here comes a Lost in Rome is fully in pursuit now for Dylan Davis. They've kicked clear from Boss Making Boss Moves, who's all in, not cutting into the margin, while Banker has trailed throughout. The front two still go at it. 3/4 in 113.20. Margin of Error is in hand. Now encouraged to keep up there as Bold Endeavor continues to chase this leader. Lost in Rome is just grinding away, trying to make up the ground on the top two. Margin of Error is very game down towards the inside. Bold Endeavor continues to give game chase. Now Lost in Rome is commencing a rally. Only a furlong left to go. Here's Bold Endeavor to try one more time. Margin of Error fights right back towards the inside. Margin of Error still with a head in front. Bold Endeavor could not pass. Margin of Error. Margin of Error wins it over Bold Endeavor. Lost in Rome, Boss Making Boss Moves, and Wild Banker. Posted time of 1 minute 51.56 seconds.
That's about how close the margin was in the end. Margin of Error barely over Bold Endeavor. Kendrick Carmouche strong to the finish.
Yeah, after a few races not necessarily running to form, we had one that ran to form with these two ding-donging around the track, and Manny did a very good job with Bold Endeavor putting him in the race, and I think Manny realized if I let the 5 get a clear lead and control, I have no chance to beat him. But that's the advantage that I think the winner had, that Margin of Error is more comfortable setting the pace like that, whereas like Bold Endeavor, it's not really his most comfortable running style. So in that sense, while Manny did the right thing, he was a little bit behind the 8 ball because the 5 just has more natural speed. Nice race between these two horses, and Wade Box's horses ran fine. He just wasn't good enough to beat these horses. No disgrace running third.
Margin of Error by a head in the end. Picks up the 11th win of his career. And as you said, yeah, Margin of Error, this is the way he wants to run, and Bold Endeavor just forced to be a little bit closer than he wants to be.
Yep. And after a series of races where it seemed like logic was going out the window, in this one, the two chalks, and I think they both ended up, let me look at my Naira Bets account, my trusty Naira Bets account. 6-5 on the winner and even money on the second horse, 5-1 and 9-1. And I think the most embarrassing moment of the day for me, and you picked up on it, and a good call, was that despite the fact that the odds hadn't changed in about a dozen minutes, I still pretended that they were the correct odds. So a little bit of a dunce cap moment for me. You saved the team.
Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice, Margin of Error with the win. In the 6th, we're going to take a timeout. Not a Cinderella story anymore. Carl Spackler, dominant in the Grade 1 Makers Mark Mile. Is this his division in 2025? We'll be back.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back at our Thursday coverage on America's Day at the Races. This is right around the corner. Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, second edition.
I was up there the last few days. I just want people to know the track is still standing. I just want to let people know, it's looking good.
Appreciate that. BelmontStakes.com/tickets, where you can be part of an unforgettable week of action.
And if you're up in Saratoga, the Oklahoma opens this weekend. I think we've had expanded viewing hours there for the public, and I believe that Saturday the 19th is the opening day of the Oklahoma. Pretty exciting.
It is.
Pretty cool.
It really is.
Town's looking good.
Go to that Whitney viewing stand.
Greatest small town in the world.
It really is.
It's an amazing place.
Margin of error. That's multiple Thursday win afternoon for Kendra Carmouche. Linda Rice. Not a Kentucky claim, a New York claim for Linda. Mixing it up.
I'm guessing this one got claimed out of this race as well, you would probably think, right?
Yeah, dropping in for 20. Highly likely. Horse finds a winner's circle for the 11th time. This was a good duel between the two. We thought, everybody really thought to beat. It was a sort of a coin toss between these two, and they put on a show here. And not much separating them.
By the way, have you noticed the new feature on Naira Bets that they put in the payoff you get for the bets you make based on the current odds on the horse?
Yeah,
and
I like that
afterwards, I like
upgrade.
it too. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We teased it going to break. He's going to have an entry coming up in the very next race. Chad Brown, he's got a pretty good turf horse too, who returned at Keeneland in the Grade 1 Makers Mark Mile, and this was dominant by Carl Spackler.
Chad Brown told me he thought he might need a race. If you need a race, they're in trouble. This is one of the better efforts he's ever put in, and this is a horse that really turned it around last year. Obviously did not work out in the Breeders' Cup. I think he appreciated some give in the ground. He's a horse that's always had a little give. He has a Loop de Vega. I understand that maybe some tougher horses show up, but he shredded this field.
This was impressive. To win on the grass by this kind of margin in Grade 1 company, I don't care who's behind you.
I mean, the second horse may be better, a little more distance. He's a pretty darn good horse, and Carl Spackler made him look like a claimer. What a record he has, and he has one second-place finish. That was beyond Farbridge in his debut. It's
How about
incredible.
That? What a race. That was maiden race. Yeah, I'd have to go against that horse first time out.
Arguably two of the best American turf horses
Probably
last year.
best,
Obviously
yeah.
more than looks at that great Breeders' Cup, but over the course of the year, they were the multiple Grade 1 winners in that division.
So 4-star Dave winner from last summer starts off his 2025 campaign with this. What's to come from this horse?
I mean, I imagine we'll see him on Belmont Stakes weekend in the Poker in Saratoga and point towards the 4-star Dave and races like that. And just looking forward to seeing him. The question is, excuse me, can some new blood show up in these races? Because we need some.
Impressive performance. 103 buyer in his comeback race. 5-year-old return for Carl Spackler in that Maker's Mark Mile. We're going to take a timeout.
I need one.
Yes, you do. We're going to do it for Andy. We'll be back right after this. He's got two very impressive 3-year-old fillies targeting the Kentucky Oaks. Whit Beckman has a chance for the win of his career that first Friday in May. We'll take a look at both those fillies when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal.
Marty's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This is my Oaklawn.
Many of the successes of Three Chimneys has, been done through partnerships, which is something that we've really embraced. But our most notable and significant partnership would be that of Gun Runner. He won his first 2 races, started at Churchill Downs, and then went on and took several of the Derby prep races. He took the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and ran 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. He won the Grade 1 Clark as a 3-year-old, and then his 4-year-old campaign was absolutely brilliant. He won 4 Grade 1s that year, including the Stephen Foster, the Whitney, the Woodward, topped it off with a Breeders' Cup Classic win. And the next year, before retiring stud, he captured the Pegasus World Cup.
Watching Gun Runner in the Whitney win the race, and towards the very end of it, we all found out that he had a shoe in his tail dangling behind him while he was winning this race. It really goes to show you that he looks past the problems and goes for the finish line.
It's been quite amazing what Gun Runner's accomplished so far as a stallion. To come out with this 2-year-old crop, you have a champion 2-year-old filly who won the Breeders' Cup. You also have Ganite, who was a Grade 1 winner at 2 in the Hopeful. And then the next year, they just keep coming out running, and it's, different horses. You have an Arkansas Derby winner, you have a Preakness winner, a Pennsylvania Derby winner with Cyberknife and Early Voting, Taba, even a Cotillion Stakes winner with Society, and to have 6 first crop Grade 1 winners is very significant. And in the 2022 Haskell, Gun Runner finished 1-2 in that race with Cyberknife and Taba, so it's very exciting.
He's got this wonderful, he knows how special he is attitude about it, and it really kind of makes us feel like we're real special too, so that helps the morale of the group.
Three Chimneys being a part of Gun Runner's race career, and then getting him to see him come here, stand as a stallion, and experience the success that he's had. It's really come full circle.
It feels very prestigious to be able to say that we manage Gun Runner.
Well, here is a son of Gun Runner, 6 years old, leading contender, part of an entry for Chad Brown. And he'll be making his long-awaited return. We haven't seen him since June 7th last summer at Saratoga.
Yeah, I remember after his last race where he ran so badly, Chad said to me something to the effect of, he's just been running a long time without a break, and he obviously needs one. So obviously that's the reason. Having said that, he's run some very fast races. But oddly, this is one of these horses that I wonder if a mile is a little too short for him.
Yeah, it's a reasonable question. His second win came at 1 mile and an eighth, but it seems like his better races certainly have come longer than a mile. And this will be the comeback effort. Long time away. He's faced some really good company, though. Obviously, Arthur's Ride in a race that he really didn't show up when that horse sort of burst onto the scene. But Ben Duke, Kuchar, Good Skate, Olympic Dreams, one of my favorites, Film Star, those are all extremely competitive, solid older horse, maybe just a cut below graded stakes company type of horses.
Oh, no. He was good. When he was good, he was good. So the question is, will he get back to those good efforts? How quickly will he get back to those good efforts? And he will be a horse that needs a little more distance to do it. It's a funny entry, right? Because Reason Analysis, who's the stakes horse in the group, having won last year's Bayshore, and not running that badly in the Woody Stevens, but he is a deep, deep closer. And this is not a race that projects to have a particularly fast pace. This is a very competitive race. Very competitive. Are you surprised the treaty obligation is 8-5? That anybody's 8-5 in here?
Anybody. Yeah, that's probably, yeah.
Assuming I have to worry about the odds. Let's make sure they're changing.
We got them back,
If these are the exact same odds in 10 minutes, remind me that I'm an idiot.
This 6 horse here, drum roll please, would be a surprise, but there's some pedigree. His sister maybe going to win the Kentucky Oaks in about 16 days.
I tell you what, in defeat, I was very impressed by her. I mean, this is a horse that was 2 for 2 coming in. And I don't know about you, I thought this was a class test that she would badly fail. I thought Quiet Side was just a better horse than she was. And while she beat her, Simply Joking gave her all she could handle. And this is a horse trained by Witt, who worked for Todd Pletcher, worked for Chad Brown, and Hurry Honor Marie last year.
Honor Marie, yeah. Third career start off a 4-month layoff.
She never really gave an inch. This was a very good effort by her. And I mean, there is nobody in this. It looks to me like Kentucky Oaks, and I haven't done any real handicapping. I'm sort of waiting for the race to be drawn. But from what I can tell from the main contenders, they all seem to run around 88 to 90 buyers. There's nobody that has separated themselves from the field. And those are the kind of fun races you want.
Ton of upside with her. She's an exciting prospect. Obviously, Whit Beckman has 2 very incredibly talented fillies. She seems like she's the one, though, doesn't she?
I agree. Yeah, I think that she's stronger than Drexel Hill that ran here. I was surprised. He has not run Drexel Hill back since she won the Busher. And listen, she ran well in her 2 starts. Can she improve enough to be competitive? Because she does need to improve. Though she ran well to win this race.
And this was that Busher victory, 79 buyer, beating Amarth, Volleyball Princess. And tough call.
Well, she
would need to improve quite a bit.
She's got to get faster, like Ballerina Doro.
Well, Ballerina Doro, I mean, she ran an 86, 88 buyer going a mile and 1/8?
Well, she did last year, but then she came back in the Gazelle and got a 79 buyer. She's going to have to show that she can get faster to win it. And I hate to say it, but, the loss to Mohima, which seemed so good at the time, ain't looking so good after her couple of races this year, and Brad Cox has put her on the shelf. Or at least she's not running the Oaks. I don't know how far.
This division has changed a lot, hasn't it, in a few months?
Well, what's interesting is that Brad's horse, Good Cheer, has not really separated herself. But she's continued to win, and she runs well every time she runs, but she's not running the kind of figures, and she's not improving. And I think that's a bit of a concern. Like, I feel like Quiet Size improved this year, and we'll see, can Good Cheer step forward in the Kentucky Oaks? Because obviously winning those races, you want to win them, but you want to get the horses to improve the most on the biggest day. Who's going to do it? I mean, anyone at Quiet Side, I don't like LaCara. She was lucky to win the Ashland. I don't know how she got loose in the race. There were 3 faster horses.
Last prep was very slow.
Yeah, Good Cheer, 5G.
You like Take Charge Milady a little bit, don't you?
Well, I do. She ran well in the Ashland, but for me, that was the day I needed to get the money with her. Whether or not she's good enough to win this. At a big price, I could use her. Could Kenny win back-to-back Oaks?
Wouldn't put it past him.
I'm sure he's confident. One thing about Ken McPeak, he does not lack confidence. You got to respect that. The game where it's hard sometimes to keep your confidence, Kenny never seems to lose his.
He's just he doesn't get super high or super low. You got to have that kind of even keel, and he has it, doesn't he?
I would see Kenny in Saratoga, and perennially, he would not have great Saratogas. It's hard to win up there, and he'd say to me, and I'd see him, and he'd say, "Don't worry, I'm getting like I'm worried about him anyway." And he'd say, "Don't worry, as soon as I get back to Kentucky, I'm going to start winning." And he was right. He'd go back to Kentucky to start winning. But you're right. Kenny's a man that never lacks the confidence, and you got to kind of like that. And he's great Kenny is good for the game. To be fair, I like to kid about him. But not just in running the filly the way he makes himself accessible. He came on the set with us a couple times.
He was tremendous.
He's fun.
Yeah.
He's a lot of fun.
He really is.
Yeah.
Treaty obligation. Your 9-5 favorite here. Linda Rice, Kendra Kermouche, reeled off 3 wins in a row to close out 2024. That's the way you do it. And then just missed by a neck coming back behind Yo Daddy, stablemate.
It was a pretty bad stumble, I thought, last time out.
Okay.
And kind of dropped out of the race and never really got to make that run. And maybe Linda felt with this one. This horse had been running hard for 9 months. Thought give him a little bit of a freshening. Bring him back a couple months later. But 9-5 on anyone in this race. Tough race. I like Reddington, though. 4-1 doesn't do a lot for me.
Now let's look back at the 5-year-old debut. And this was the end of that 3-race win streak for Treaty Obligation, just missed by a neck.
The ex-Klarovich against the 2 current Klaroviches in this race, as Treaty Obligation claimed the race after the Belmont Stakes. And that's not anything about Linda. I mean, not the Belmont, the Travers. Everybody else is exhausted, right? It's race number 14 coming up. People are leaving. People have had a long day. Not Linda Rice. She's in there to claim Treaty Obligation, and she has 2 wins and a narrow beat and has made money with the horse regardless going forward. And that's one of the things about Linda. She never sleeps. She's always engaged.
That's how she tied Chad Brown for that Saratoga title. Very last race of the meet.
I don't care what you're doing. You have to work hard. And, you know, people like Linda Rice, she's obviously very talented, but she's working as hard as anybody in the game. She lives and breathes horse racing.
Well, this one here seemingly really, there was, that 1 win forward, but usually does his best running from off the pace. And it looks like there's speed to set it up, doesn't it? Ignite the Light, Magnolia Midnight?
I don't know. We'll see. Magnolia Midnight, are you surprised that he's 8-1 in this race? I don't know what his morning line was, but I imagine it was
4-1.
lower than that, right?
A little bit sort of swapped with Reddington.
Yeah. I like Reddington in here. I think he's an interesting horse off the claim for Gus Rodriguez and Flying P.
Well, you liked Reddington when it was the right time to like him.
I am. He was one of the ones that elevated me in the bankroll contest. By the way, no bankroll. I'm like Jerry Seinfeld. I will not race.
Yeah.
I'm done with it. I'm retiring undefeated in the bankroll contest. The other guys can fight it out this year.
Reasoned Analysis gets the rail. Stablemate next door, leading Contender.
We'll see if he's ready to go. We'll see if he finds the mile appropriate.
2-1, they're favored right now, this entry. Ignite the Light was at one time 3rd behind Sierra Leone in a maiden race.
He's been in raging form for trainer Rick Dutrow, and Lane Luzzie's going to look to be aggressive.
Here's Reddington off the claim, Gustavo Rodriguez.
Yeah, I like his chances. I like the claim by him, and I think he's an interesting horse. If he can get back to his best races, he could definitely win.
Here, Treaty Obligation, Linda Rice claim off of Chad Brown.
He scares me a great deal. Just a horse that's just run successive good races. I'll give him a pass for his last.
Here's the half-brother to the talented filly, Simply Joking.
Was 3rd, drum roll please, behind Dornoch and Sierra Leone in the Remsen.
How about that?
Pretty amazing, right?
Has not really gone on since that.
New Gelding. No. New Gelding. Though.
Early 3-year-old campaign. Yeah, New Gelding. So Magnolia Midnight, speed outside for the Cantermachi Barn, 7-1.
Bit of an overlay right now. He's been in good form. I mean, I don't think you can rule him out in here.
Paul LaDuca back with us. Let's head downstairs for more on this feature race.
Well, I'm with you guys. I thought this race was really difficult. I just wish the 1 and the 1A were separate in here because I just couldn't get over how well the straight 1 looked, Reason Analysis, and that's where I'm going to land here. This horse was pretty good in the Woody Stevens last year. I know it was for straight 3-year-olds at 34-1 with Bookham Dano, but gosh, I just couldn't get over how good he looked, the son of Upstart. And the 1A, to me, was a little bit all over the place, and I think maybe needs a start. And I would think the 1A is a little bit more fancy. Now, the 5, who's on your screen, Treaty Obligation, Linda Rice, you guys hit a nail right on the head. She was just going over that race form with Kendra Carmouche, basically saying, listen, if he falls out of the gate, take him back, but he should break a little bit better. And there is Reasoned Analysis. I just love the way the horse is framing up on the racetrack. I mean, ears were pricked. Dylan Davis got this horse away from the pony too. So I just like the straight 1. I wish the horse probably would have been like 5 or 6-1 in this spot without the other entry. And then the horse you like, Andy, I thought looked well. Gustavo Rodriguez was telling Javier Castellano, listen, I want you to get out of the gate. This horse sometimes will get out of the gate a little bit sluggish sometimes. He told him, listen, get out of the gate and get position. You should be able to finish. And at 9-2, that's not a bad price. But again, Greg, I'm going to go with the straight 1, and I do get the 1A with him, but I'll go with the 1, Reasoned Analysis.
Interesting by Paul. Look, but it's tough to I mean, we both thought the leading Contender, just on the resume to this point, maybe the tougher half of the entry, but you certainly can make the case for Reasoned Analysis. And again, on their own, if there was no such thing as entries.
I think the 1A would be the one favored, and there we are closer to getting rid of entries in New York. So there is hope that that'll go going forward. And you can bet the one that you want to bet, which is what you should be able to do. I think the 1A would be shorter. What the 1 has over the 1A, besides, when we both respect Paulie's opinion a great deal, is the 1 has upside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the 1 was okay as a 3-year-old. He has a right to really improve. I'm not sure how much you can expect the 1A leading contender, the 6-year-old, to improve. I think he's the horse that he is. Now, he has races good enough to win, but maybe Reason Now is a horse that takes a step forward.
And as you said, you made this point when we were on this morning before we came on the air, probably longer is better for him, isn't it?
Longer is better for
leading contender.
Yes, I think that's the concern, and this race has the look that Chad Brown's saying, and I have not discussed this horse with him, so they went down to 8-5, saying he needs to get a start, he needs to get going. This mile race comes up, he fits this race. Let me put him in, see how it goes, and look to stretch him out going forward. Not to say he can't win a mile, but I don't know he's going to get the pace he may need to close into.
Well,
and that's the case for the 1 as well.
You're going back to the well with a horse who's done very good for you, Reddington.
As Chico Escuela would say, he's been very, very good to me.
7-2 right now. Let's go back to March 14th. Third on this day behind Magnolia Midnight.
Yeah, and obviously not as good as Magnolia Midnight, but he was claimed out of that race, and I thought maybe he could add a little step forward off the claim and get better. He's a horse that the prior connection had paid a lot of money for him. Now, they ended up not doing that badly as they won some races with him, but he got claimed for 50, and when everything was said and done, they must have made money with him because they lost 70 on the purchase, but they won some races with him, probably won some bets as well. I like Reddington's chances to move forward. He's got to get back to his very best races, though, in all likelihood to win here. I am surprised he's only 7-2. I'm alive in the double with him, so it doesn't really matter what price he is. That seems like he's the same price. Treaty Obligation just dipped up to 4-1. Can you believe he's that big a price?
What is going on?
Assuming this is weird. And the entry, they love the entry.
Entry should not be this short.
2 Chad Browns, the price of 1. How can you resist it? They'd be like 4-5 if Irad Ortiz was riding one of them.
And we're saying, as I brought up that question, we didn't really finish it, but if they were separated and were not an entry,
what price?
3-1, 7-2-ish area,
yeah,
maybe
that
each
sounds
of them?
right. Sounds like they're both 3-1 shots, and together they're taking this money. And it's a little bit like the old "let's make a deal" question. You know one of them's going to lose. On the other hand, if you bet the entry, you get them both, and it's the insurance. But I think most players would like to be able to bet on the horse that they like and get the prices that that horse would be on its own. In 2025, entries are gone almost all over the country. They need to be gone everywhere.
Comes down a little bit here, the 5 Treaty Obligation, but still at 7-2. Is this a bad sign?
I don't know. I mean, they're all going up because of how much money the entry's taking. Yeah. Now 7-5. And I know Paulie likes the 1, and you like the 1A, but I think you would both admit this is too short a price to take.
Way too short.
We'll see.
Feature on this Thursday card. 1-turn mile here in the 7th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. The entry flew out of the gate towards the inside. Reasoned Analysis and Leading Contender. Leading Contender will take back as moving on through Reasoned Analysis right out towards the front. Is now going to be passed to the outside by Reddington, who's now in between horses. And the far outside is going to be Magnolia Midnight, who now secures the advantage. Magnolia Midnight, Sylvester Gonzalez there up by a full length. Back there in second is Reddington. Treaty Obligation, set of the racetrack, is now in third. The entry broke very sharply, but now they're sitting in 4th and 5th. And moving on through at the rail, that's Reasoned Analysis. To the outside there is Leading Contender. They're still 4th and 5th. And the far outside is Drumroll Please. The trailer, Ignite the Light. They're chasing a 23.40 opening quarter mile. Magnolia Midnight doing it easily so far. Magnolia Midnight goes into the far turn 3, 46 and 3 half-mile time. Reddington is called upon for the effort. Here towards the outside, Treaty Obligation is on the move. At the rail, there's Reasoned Analysis is working on through a ground-saving journey, just looking for room, but the leader is still strong. Out wide of there, Leading Contender is all in, is being scrubbed along. Ignite the Light just passed. Drum roll, please. to be the trailer. They reach the top of the stretch, and now here's Reasoned Analysis to move on through, and now pounces on the leader, Magnolia Midnight, and Reasoned Analysis has taken the lead. Ignite the Light is following that same move. Reddington is trying to make up ground, treaty obligation. Reasoned Analysis, he's kicking away. Ignite the Light, though, is weaving through traffic, is going to dive down towards the rail. It's a tough move here. Reasoned Analysis is still fending off Ignite the Light, who's trying to get closer. Reasoned Analysis wins it. Then Ignite the Light, then Magnolia Midnight, followed by Reddington in 1 minute 36.4 and 9 seconds.
Reasoned Analysis, Dylan Davis, Chad Brown, Klorovich Stables. Nice call, Paul LaDuca. Let's go back to the beginning.
Well, I mean, Ignite the Light was an unlucky loser of this race because he got completely and totally left. Took him out of his running style, but I mean, what did he break? Good 2 to 3 lengths slow in this race and came back. And the difference with Reasoned Analysis and a rider change to Dylan Davis also making a difference, not dropping the anchor once the race started. He was much, much closer to be expected, saved all the ground and got a great trip and really showed up in here. No excuse for treaty obligation, no excuse for Reddington. They just weren't good enough, but Reasoned Analysis got it done. But I'm not sure he was best today.
No.
Ignite the Light probably should have won this race.
Probably right about that. Winds up tough luck second in here with that bad break.
They were right to bet this entry.
Reasoned Analysis.
Maybe they were betting him.
Second start of his 4-year-old campaign. Picks up career win number 3, former Bayshore winner. And he was a big surprise when he won that race back as a 3-year-old.
He was in a race where he got, he's a horse that's always been very pace dependent. Much closer today. Dylan really did a good job getting him in the game.
3-2 on this 4-year-old son of Upstart. 136-2 for the mile. 1:3.74. Reasoned Analysis with the win. A little bit of form here on a day where we've had certainly some chaos. 13-1 shot upset winner, a 5-1 upset winner. We'll see what happens in the last. We're gonna have a very short price favorite coming up with King of the Castle to close things out in a moment. Horse who's going to be trying to upend that one. Break the fall for Horacio De Paz. We'll have the story of De Paz, how he started out in this sport, and what's ahead for a very talented trainer here on the New York circuit. Stay with us.
Particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here at South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack. I am with the winning jockey of race number 7 here, Dylan Davis of Reason Analysis. Take us through your trip, Dylan.
Yeah, well, not much instructions from Chad today. He just said turn loose on the pony and then ride my race. So he made it really simple for me, no pressure. Just broke running, come out running, get his rhythm going and get into a good spot. I broke on top, but he found himself mid-pack once he got comfortable. I found myself on the rail. I loved being in that position there. I thought the rail was in a good shape today. And the way it panned out, the rail was open the whole way. Just waiting for him to, pick up the bridle into the turn. And I knew that was where I wanted to go. It was open the whole time. So just biding my time and not wanting to move too early at that position there into the half, into the turn. And just trying to time it right. And he ran well. He ran hard. Pulled the left hand out. He kind of drifted away from me a little bit late there in the stretch, but was able to correct him back to the right and push onto the wire. There was not much challenge after that, so he ran a great race.
Yeah, you were saying that he kind of saw the 3 to his inside and re-broke again?
Yes, of course. I heard Challenger inside, but wasn't really worried about that one too much. He was focused pretty well in going to the wire. He gave me a lot all the way to there.
So we were talking a little bit about wearing those silks and turf racing coming up, and you said, I got to start riding even smarter when I get on Chad's horses on the turf.
Well, not just Chad, everybody. I always, every day I'm trying to improve as a rider and doing the best for my outfit in that given race. So, every day I get more confidence, and every year it gets better and better, so I get more stock and more horse, so that makes it a lot easier for myself. But just riding well. I've rode turf all winter, so, it's not like a big shock to me coming into this spring.
Well, congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Incredible to see how the trajectory of his career has changed over the last, especially year and a half.
He's just become a smarter rider, to be honest, take this horse. He's never really been this close to the pace, and he just let the horse find his position. He didn't decide how the horse wanted to run. He let the horse tell him how to run.
Our Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale to be held May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland after the Preakness. Where will you be? That had the feel a bit of a Flavian Pratt type of ride, didn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, getting a horse into contention. This horse broke well, and he didn't take it away from him. And he settled into a good spot. And he was a little bit fortunate, though, because Ignite the Light really did run a winning race in here and was very unlucky to get left in the race. He might have won, but Dylan certainly helped the chances of the winner, who was kind of getting away a little at the end.
With that tote issue, we owe you prices from back in race 6, so let's bring them to you now. Margin of error winning for Lena Rice, $4.40 for the win. Bold Endeavor second, Lost in Rome third.
Good thing for some short prices today, or I would not be picking any winners. And I got the 6 in the last race right on top, Greg. On the other hand, Greg is trying to get the 8 Vesuvio home. So I want that to be on record that Greg likes Vesuvio. I don't care if the horse loses, but if he wins, he deserves credit.
Thank you. Trying to beat, 2-5 favorite. King of the Castle, who we talked about going into it. We thought would be the shortest price favorite of the card, or of the pick 6, I should say. And that is the case. More on this field in a moment. At the young age of 30, Horacio De Paz was given a dream assignment as the private trainer of legendary Sagamore Farm. It was a huge assignment. De Paz showed he was more than up to the task. Now he's making his mark on the toughest circuit in the sport as he sits down to talk about how he started out with Maggie Wolfendale.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. Just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own, and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was a funny,
you got him to the tables on him with that one.
Got that grin on him and stuff, so.
Recruiting ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, recruiting ready. But one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
Yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn, and Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star, she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was so, "Okay, you still gonna go to college?" And I'm like, "No, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now." So.
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
Talented man, Horacio de Paz. He's going to have a tough time of things in this race. Break the fall, 19-1, trying to defeat a 1-4 favorite.
And he's one of 2 not covered in the pick 6, which I thought was a little strange given his first 2 races might make him the favorite in this race. So I know his recent form isn't good, and I don't really like him, but I'm surprised that out of the 9 horses left in this race, he's one of 2 not covered. The 4 also is not covered, Uncle Bari. That one doesn't surprise me.
Well, another talented trainer who has last couple of years had a complete turnaround, had the best few years of his career. He was thinking about stepping away from the game, but in his own words said it's just too stubborn to quit. And that's been the smartest decision he's ever made. David Dugen. He's got Gorzo coming up in this finale when we come back.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future. But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Trainer David Dugen has always had horses in his life, starting from an early age in his hometown of Tipperary, Ireland.
We were on ponies when we were younger. We grew up as farmers now. My uncle Matt had a couple of horses. He was a permit trainer and there was always ponies around. I went to the apprentice school in Ireland. Some gravitated towards being jump jockeys or flat jockeys. We got into a good yard and they got us on horses and had like a mini career as a jockey for a while.
An injury ended his career as a jockey before he arrived in the United States, but that did not derail his dream of working with racehorses. Dugen would go on to assist trainers Neil Drysdale, Owen Hardy, and John Kimmel. A purse increase at NYRA emboldened Dugen to go out on his own.
We saw opportunity in New York when the slots came here, and we thought that, if we were ever going to take a chance, it was obviously here, and we had a history of being here.
Dave's not the only Dugen destined to work with horses.
I was born and bred into racing. My dad used to ride. He was quite a famous jockey in Ireland and in England. So I've been riding since I was 3 years old and involved in racing all the way up. We lived on the Curragh, so my sister and myself were totally spoiled. We had our own ponies. We took off on the Curragh and did whatever we wanted to do. We were really lucky.
Since the very beginning, the Dugen barn has been a family affair.
We think along the same lines probably 95% of the time, and I think that just makes things work. As I always tell my kids, Dad's the boss at the barn, I'm the boss at home. So he basically does all the set lists and the plans for the horses. We do discuss what's best, go back and forth a few times that way, but mainly Dave's the main decision maker.
Port Bonheur! Port Bonheur! Poke that head in front. Can't hurry. Love wins the Dancing Renee. It's Sunday Girl. She's going to win impressively.
Here's Drafted coming on to win the Grade 3 Run Happy Stakes.
Through it all, Dugen strives to compete with the best in the game.
You have to keep on upgrading your quality as a trainer and how you communicate with people and the service that you put out. To be consistently good at what you do and keep on churning out the right kind of horses for New York, because New York is very competitive. You look at Chad, you look at Todd. Why are they successful? That's the reason you keep on trying better every day.
Incredibly easy to root for. David Dugen, his wife Laura, big part of this family operation, and Drafted, who you saw on that piece, one of the horses really helped turn things around the last few years, and again, was going to walk away from the game, but said, I'm just too stubborn to do it. And he said 2 of the best years in earnings of his career in 2023 and 24.
Well, I also think that both he and Horacio De Paz are good examples. You hear a lot about super trainers and they're putting everybody out of business. And I understand that there's, trainers that have a lot of horses, but I don't agree with that. I think that these trainers have an opportunity if they are good trainers and do a good job. And a guy like Dave Dugen, who had very few horses, he's now getting more horses. He's doing well with them. Horacio De Paz, another guy like that. And I think a trainer who's doing a good job, is getting results with his horses, even at a lower level, will get noticed by people and get their opportunity. And I'm glad to see David getting that chance. Right. Just I'm glad Horacio does.
He deserves it. He's been doing tremendous. Doing the most with what he has, no question. He'll have long shot Gorzo in here. Everyone really is a long shot in this race because of this horse right here, King of the Castle.
Yeah, I mean, if King of the Castle is making a train, got claimed last time from Mel Giddings, going to Brad Cox and ran a race, a 68 buyer, that just towers over this field, and now switches to a trainer who's one of the top bars in the country. His horses have been hard to beat throughout the entire last 6 months or so in New York. Now goes to 1-9, and on paper, this horse literally cannot lose this race. The other thing about the last race is it's not an aberrant effort. It was the only effort this horse has ever had in the dirt. Never run in the dirt before. So, I mean, even if this horse, and I don't mean this in a bad way to knock Mel Giddings, but I think she'd be the first one to say, I'm not Brad Cox. Or maybe I think I'm Brad Cox, but I don't have the results that Brad Cox has or the horses. This horse would be a super short price no matter who was training this horse. Claimed by Brad Cox is always going to make the horse even more appealing. I love to bet against short-priced horses. I have no interest in betting against this one, but you, Greg Wolf, you do. You like Vesuvio. Because you like the Sopranos restaurant.
That's part of it. Was in the State Bred Maiden 30 race last start. It was, 10 lengths back, 10 and a half lengths back to third. Sprinting. I'm a little concerned that this sire is much better with sprinters than routers.
Okay.
The dam side pedigree, too. It's all sprint for the most part. So I'm a little worried about the mile, but I have absolutely this horse is a mile the one to beat.
I know. I'm not suggesting you don't realize he's the horse to beat. And you know what King for a Day's claim to fame as a racehorse was?
Beat Maximum Security.
First horse to finish ahead of Maximum Security. Long Branch, the Pegasus.
Pegasus, yeah. Manny Franco, Brad Cox, they'll team up with the favorite. They've been pretty good together.
They're pretty good apart, too.
Yeah. Sacrosanct.
Wonder where Immersive is if we're going to see her again. Have to ask Brad.
Yeah. Manny got a Breeders' Cup 2-0 Phillies win on that ride to a championship on Immersive.
Comparative
for Brad Cox, but a lot of stakes wins together here in New York.
Yep. And Comparative won the Bayaco, and the other speed got left. I like the Leah Princess. I don't think she's come back this year.
So, who would try and beat a 1-9 here?
I don't have a problem with that notion. This is just not a horse I want to bet against. I don't know what the chink in this horse's armor is, to be honest with you. I would play a 6-3 exacta, but it's paying $4 for $1. I'm not going to bet that. I'm not that smart.
There's David Dugen. He'll have Gorzo start number 3. His horse, previously with Kerry Bryan, debuted sprinting, didn't show a lot, stretched out to a mile, flashed some brief early speed, hung around late to get a distant third-place performance, but still lightly raced. There's a little bit of upside with the one, isn't there?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I don't think this horse is impossible as the other horse, but that was not a particularly good race. You know, I am not going to make a case to bet against the 6 here. I don't have a problem if somebody wants to. I am not that person. I think that I picked Gorzo 4th. I picked the 3 second, the 10 third. Thought maybe the 10 was a little interesting. Second-time starter, Romero, drops down, met a tougher field last time out. I don't think that horse should be 30-1. Do you?
No. Here's the David Dugen runner, so 15-1 Gorzo, second time going a mile.
No, I think the horse is reasonable as one of the others.
Magny, first time in for a claiming tag.
Well, that was what interests me. Cutting back from 2 mile and 1/8 races to a mile, and first time in for a tag.
41-1, Uncle Barry.
Is he allowed to leave? He's going to have to run better. He gets Lasix for the first time.
Finds Creek, Eric Cancel.
You know what? He's one of the contenders for a piece here. I'm surprised he's not like the second choice here.
So here's the 1-4 favorite, second time on dirt.
He just towers over these.
68 buyer in that near miss, going 6.5. 10 lengths back to the rest of the field that day. Big Ego, the 7, 0 for 12 to this point. Christopher Elliott aboard.
But he has been in reasonably good form lately.
Here's the one I wound up going with, Vesuvio. So the last time we saw him as a 2-year-old, he ran a 48 buyer as a maiden special weight at Finger Lakes, and now the 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, I'm going to throw him in on your say-so, okay?
All right. Here's the Horacio de Paz runner, Break the Fall.
Yeah, he's got those early races last year, but his recent form is not very good. But he's a contender to get a piece.
And look, you never know. Start number 2. It's oftentimes give that debut effort a pass. Arc Royal, second start, Mark Hennig.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit interesting as a horse to get in for second.
4 minutes to post in this finale on our Thursday card. Let's go down to Paul.
Yeah, and the heavy favorite that a lot of people are leaning on for their pick 6 and pick 5 hopes, King of the Castle is the horse to beat in here, and looks like the horse to beat. A tremendous looking horse, actually, for a $30,000 state-bred claimer here by King of the Day. And you guys were mentioning what he did. His race last time was very good. And like you guys said, if he repeats that effort, he's going to be really tough in this spot. So it's not repeating anything that's already known. I do think the 3, Magni, that horse was really, really good in the paddock. I mean, I think looked the best. There's 2 horses that stood out in the paddock. You're seeing the 4 Uncle Barry on the screen, who's a big long shot, but I thought the 3 looked tremendous. They took the blinkers off this Son of Audible, and I think because they were going 1 1/8, and now they're cutting back to 1 mile. I think the 3 is the main threat to the 6 in here. At least the way they look. I thought the 1 looked okay, Gorzo. I just don't like the inside slot. And Andy, Arc Royal, the 10, I thought looked really good in the paddock, was handling everything very well. I literally looked down on my sheet and I was like, my God, this horse ran a 9 Beyer last time. It does not look like that, especially at a 35-1 shot. So if you're playing some supers, I think the 10 is a horse you can throw in. And Greg, your 8, I thought looked well too. As you're seeing the favorite right now on your screen at 1-4. I mean, he's going to be really, really tough to beat in here. I do think the 3 will give this horse a closer finish than looked, at least in the paddock. The 3 looked well, guys.
Oh, there's the heavy favorite. I will say with the 8, look, I got Breeders' Cup Classic pedigree on top, and I got Derby winning pedigree on the bottom.
I'm not knocking big-priced horses. I respect your opinion. In this race, I'm not going to knock a horse for second, and certainly you want to take a shot against this favorite. I don't, but I can see it. I just think the 6 is just...
There is some question with this 1-4 favorite, isn't there, about the mile distance? Or just the rest of this field is just... He's so much better, it may not matter at all.
I don't know. It's 3/16 of a mile more than he ran last time. I mean, I know you saying King for a Day in 1 season's had more success with shorter distances. I wonder if he's had more runners. I'd have to look at who they are. Per se, I don't worry about it. I don't see any reason to play against him, but that's my opinion. Other people have different opinions, and my opinions are wrong frequently in this game. I don't care how good you are, your opinions are wrong a lot in this game. If you're not comfortable being wrong, horse racing is not a game for you. Seriously.
Yeah.
You've got to be comfortable at any level. Riders, trainers, owners, bettors, you're going to be wrong a lot more than you're right. You just hope you're right enough.
And hopefully the few times that you are right, it pays for the times when you're wrong, which in this sport absolutely can happen.
Right. I mean, in the best world, you play where you can have to be right the least often, and you can still make money. You put yourself in that position. I play tries trying to get the 6 with the 3 with the 1, 8, and 10. Just fool around a little bit.
3, and just back to Magni for a moment. Ruben Silvera on this one. First start number 7 here. First time against this low a level.
Well, he's got a 58 Beyer at this level and a 52 Beyer, so I think there's an argument that he's the most interesting other horse, and that's why he's the second choice.
No question.
Dropping down. Should I play a 50-cent tries with him on top?
I guess, when you look at who's going to be in front, certainly it's going to be the 6. That would be shocking if not, right?
I think the 1's going to be in front. You don't think?
Really?
Yeah, I thought the 1 would be in front.
Well, I thought the 6 coming out of a sprint.
Okay.
But we'll see.
I did not.
Gorzo did flash some speed going long at this mile distance last start.
I thought that Gorzo would be in front coming out after showing that was a reasonable pace last time. I thought that horse would be in front. And I thought Magni would be somewhat close behind it with Ruben Silvera. So rider switched from a rider that's not aggressive to a rider that is aggressive. But I can't imagine the 6 is going to be far out of it. I don't think Manny's looking to lose position.
So again, 4 and 9 carry over the pick 6?
Yes.
Again. Everything else results.
Why is the 9 is randomly not covered?
Yeah.
See what happens.
Here we go. So there's Magni moving in. Has been, as predicted, in terms of this pick 6, much the shortest price of any favorite in the sequence. And we'll see if he can close things out here. Brad Cox off the claim. Manny Franco aboard for dirt start number 2. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Break the fall. Hesitating briefly. Goes in. Arc Royal. Arc Royal from Merrill Murat. Finds Creek. Is in. Assistant starter still in front of the gate there. Rider off the 5. Eric Hensel. Finds Creek is right there. It's almost in the gate.
Get the other ones out.
Do have another rider off now. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. On advice of the track vet. Late scratch here at the gate of the 5 finds Creek. Number 5 finds Creek is going to be a late scratch. That's the 6, came out of the front of the gate. But the scratch will be the 5, finds Creek. So a refund in the win play show pools. Consolation doubles pick 3s. Scratch the 5 at the gate. In race 8. Also.
All right, so late scratch of the 5. We see now both the 6 and now the 4 coming through the front of the gates. They'll bring them back around. I was
hoping to have more time to talk about this race, Greg. So I'm kind of excited that that happened because it seemed like a race we really hadn't a chance to get in the weeds about.
They're just going to leave it as is, right? They're not going to move it. They're not going to move this.
It's not my job.
I don't believe they are.
I'm staying out of that conversation.
Yeah, so the majority of the field, I believe, still in there. And they're not going to move all the numbers over, I don't think. So this is the one who's just been scratched. Vines Creek will go, we've been told, right? Yeah.
That was scratched.
So he's going back to the barn, but yeah, no movement in terms of taking that number off the gate, so it's just going to be that empty stall, I believe. Unless...
I have no idea what they're doing.
And now they are going to move it off. Okay. So we'll have a delay here. And they'll take that 5 off the board and move everyone over. The 1, 2, 3, and sorry, the 1, 3, and 4 they will move over a slot each.
I like the 6 in here. I like King of the Castle. I think his chances got better with Vines Creek coming out.
Remains at 1 to 4.
Bettors were not perturbed by this, but it would be nice if they were.
But look at a day where we thought it was going to be just incredibly formful. It really has not played out that way.
No, it's not. We were so close to getting out.
Starting with the 4th, JJ's Joker, 13 to 1. Part of a huge day for the Wayne Potts barn. Cold as hell with the bad break of Mariachi, giving Potts a 3rd winner on the day.
I'll tell you, if that 6 horse had held on the first leg of the pick 6, this pick 6 was just $2,000. The 6 would probably be paying over $10,000. That was how big, maybe more even. I think 82 is the payout pool.
So 2 to 5, King of the Castle. Been odds on throughout. As we get set to close it out here, late scratch. Vines Creek, the 5 comes out. We reload. Just about in. Let's go back to Chris Griffin.
Here's Break the Fall. Break the Fall. Hesitated briefly, now goes in. Here's Uncle Barry. King of the Castle. Manny Franco back aboard now as King of the Castle is moving right in. Arc Royal Arc Royal to the outside. Arc Royal is in. All set. And they're off. Off a step slow there was Gorzo, is going to be the early trailer. Magni flashes early speed. It's Magni right out to the front with King of the Castle. They're going to be 1-2, and now King of the Castle will assert and is in front, is up by a full length. Here's Big Ego trying to challenge towards the outside as they get set to come out of the chute. King of the Castle and Manny Franco, they're in command. They're up by a half length. Big Ego is chasing from second. Out wide of there comes Break the Fall as a shared third and fourth as they stack up in behind the leader. Magni is at the rail. Tight group here. The leading four as they work up the backstretch. Arc Royal is shoved along trying to keep up. Then in behind them comes Gorzo, has made up some ground. Uncle Barry is towards the tail end of the field, and the one far, far back, Vesuvio, is just not keeping up right now. Is 12 lengths the trailer. They work up the backstretch. They went 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and the favorite is in front. It's King of the Castle. Big Ego is right there to the outside, 46.47 for a half-mile time. Magni is now in gear, has taken third. Break the Fall is all in. King of the Castle's got a tussle. It's King of the Castle only with a nose in front. Big Ego challenging, and Magni now tips to the outside, has got the top two in sights, and here comes a three-wide run from Magni. These three across the racetrack with a quarter mile left to go. King of the Castle at a short number's got to dig in down here at the rail. Big Ego is still chasing Magni with every shot to pass this leader, King of the Castle, who is just being lifted to the line right now. Inside the final furlong, King of the Castle is trying to repel the challenge of Magni. Arc Royal's taken third. King of the Castle is gutting it out. King of the Castle a short price, but King of the Castle earns the finale. King of the Castle wins it over Magni, then Arc Royal, and Gorzo in 1 minute 38.91 seconds.
King of the Castle gets it done here at 2-5. Graduates here, career start number 4.
I crushed this try. It's the old 6-3-10. Cold super.
Well done, Andy Serling.
I'm proud of myself.
Going on a high note.
Well, I mean, 10 gets second.
That was good.
10 exacta was good.
That is it for our Thursday show. We're back with you tomorrow, 2:30 Eastern start time on our Friday show, so we hope to see you then on Fox Sports 2. Looking forward to tomorrow and the weekend. Recent analysis. Former Bayshore winner coming back strong for Chad Brown. A little bit lucky, but got the W and a great ride from Dylan Davis. First mission, second start back. Can he get it done in the Oaklawn Handicap? The one to beat in that race, Skippy Longstocking, Safi Joseph Jr. Barn, and Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, the Challenger winner last time out.
(6-3, 10-1) order finish in today's 8th race. The winner, the 6, King of the Castle. He's a 3-year-old gelding bred in New York by King for a Day out of Lavender Hill. Winning owners, Bella Blue Racing Stable, winning trainers Brad Cox, and the winning jockey Manny Franco. King of the Castle, bred in New York by Duchess Views Farm, Inc. Stand by for prices when race 8 goes official. $1 exacta 6-3, $3.20. The double 1-6, 530. Constellation double 1-5, 340. Trifecta $26.75. Superfecta $274 even. Pick 3, $6.90. Constellation pick 3, $540. Late pick 4, $41.75. Late pick 5, $483.50. In the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $19.70. 6 out of 6 returned $1,959.50. Running time, 1 minute 38.91. That does conclude our live racing action here for a Thursday. Back at it tomorrow for a Friday afternoon. First post time tomorrow, 1:10 in the afternoon. Tomorrow's Friday afternoon card has 8 races. We welcome you to join us. Simulcast does continue, and we'll see you tomorrow. First post 1:10 for more great racing action with the New York Racing Association right here at Aqueduct. Good night. And they're off a step slow. There was Gorzo is going to be the early trailer. Magni flashes early speed. It's Magni right out to the front with King of the Castle. They're going to be 1-2, and now King of the Castle will assert and is in front, is up by a full length. Here's Big Ego trying to challenge towards the outside as they get set to come out of the chute. King of the Castle and Manny Franco, they're in command. They're up by a half length. Big Ego is chasing from second. Out wide, and there comes Break the Fall as a shared third and fourth as they stack up in behind the leader. Magni is at the rail. Tight group here. The leading 4 as they work up the backstretch. Arc Royal is shoved along, trying to keep up. Then in behind them comes Gorzo, has made up some ground. Uncle Barry is towards the tail end of the field, and the one far, far back, Vesuvio, is just not keeping up right now. Is 12 lengths to trailer. They work up the backstretch. They went 23-1 for that opening quarter mile, and the favorite is in front. It's King of the Castle. Big Ego is right there to the outside, 46.47 for a half-mile time. Magni is now in gear, has taken third. Break the Fall is all in. King of the Castle's got a tussle. It's King of the Castle only with a nose in front. Big Ego challenging, and Magni now tips to the outside, has got the top 2 in sights, and here comes a 3-wide run from Magni. These 3 across the racetrack with a quarter mile left to go. King of the Castle at a short numbers, got to dig in down here at the rail. Big Ego is still chasing. Magni with every shot to pass this leader, King of the Castle, who is just being lifted to the line right now. Inside the final furlong, King of the Castle is trying to repel the challenge of Magni. Arc Royal's taken third. King of the Castle is gutting it out. King of the Castle a short price, but King of the Castle earns the finale. King of the Castle wins it over Magni, then Arc Royal, and Gorzo in 1 minute 38.91 seconds.